Hi guys, welcome to Python project Building Online Banking Application course. Here in this course, we will learn step-by-step tutorial on how to build simple online banking application using Python. Although it's basic and simple, but the app will have cool and advanced functionalities as the following. First, the user will be able to sign in or log in using his account. Second, the user will be able to recover his PIN just in case if he forgets his PIN or password. Third, the user will be able to deposit his money. Fourth, the user will be able to withdraw his money from his bank account. Fifth, the user will be able to transfer his money to another bank account. Sixth, the user will be able to check his balance. And seventh, the user will be able to see and check his deposit interest rate. And the last one here, the user will be able to calculate this compound interest. First of all, you might be asking why we should build this project. What's the point of building a simple and basic online banking app? Here are my answers to that question. First, I truly believe that in order to be an expert to master Python, you need to start from the basic, and making sure you have the strong fundamentals is not only essential but it is necessary. Second, the most effective way to learn and develop your coding skills is to learn by doing. Hence, no matter how hard you learn the theory or how long you spend reading your textbook learning about Python syntax and logics, you're not gonna get very far unless you get your hands dirty and start coding. And third, last but not least, online banking application is definitely a very complex program since it involves so many components. However, by building this project, you have a chance to see and think about it from different perspectives because in this course, we'll build the basic one. Therefore, you will have the opportunity to experience building online banking app from the beginner's perspective. In addition, having this project on your GitHub portfolio will certainly add valuable contribution to your future job application as you're able to demonstrate your expertise and quality. A little bit about myself. I've been creating multiple courses on Udemy in the past couple months, and previously, I worked as an IT consultant for the last couple years before deciding to resign from my job and start running several online business like dropshipping, affiliate marketing, selling digital products, including selling courses on Udemy. Regarding Python, I've been using this programming language for quite a while since I was in college. I mainly use it for performing data analytics, which was part of my previous job analyzing clients' data. So yeah, that was a brief introductions about myself. I really hope you enjoy this course, and I'll see you in the next video. Bye. What's up guys, welcome back to the course. In this video, I'm going to show you the highlight of the course. So let's begin with the first chapter here, whom this course is intended for. So in this section, um, I'm going to be talking about the prerequisites, the requirements that you need to have before taking this course, as well as type of people who might find this course to be interesting, or type of people who will like this course, stuff like that. So that's the first chapter. Second chapter, tools, IDE, and libraries. So I'm gonna list all tools, IDE, and Python libraries that we're gonna use for this project. Um, Obviously, there are more than one option. So when it comes to IDE programming environment, feel free to choose whichever that you're most comfortable with. So for example, like I chose to use VS Code and maybe Google Colab. But if you're more comfortable using, let's say, PyCharm, then feel free to use whichever that you prefer. Okay, so that's second chapter. The third chapter, what we're going to build. Okay, so I'm gonna tell you exactly what we're going to build. Okay, so what kind of online banking applications that we're going to build, what functionalities and what system that our online mobile banking is going to be based on, And then the fourth chapter here, we're going to set up all required tools. So in this section, don't worry, I'm gonna teach and guide you step by step from scratch how to set up your IDE, whether you choose to use PyCharm or VS Code. I'm gonna guide you step by step on how to download it till all the way to have it ready on your desktop for you to code. So don't worry about it. We'll get to it next couple slides. All right. So that's chapter 4, and then chapter 5, basic Python warm up. Okay. So this section is only intended for people have never who have never been coding using Python before. So if you have basic or maybe intermediate skills and knowledge in Python, so feel free to skip this part because I don't think you will need this section. It's going to be just very basic explanations about basic syntax and just like fundamentals that you all need to know before getting to the project. So yeah, feel free to skip if you feel confident with your Python skills. Feel free to skip. And chapter 6 is going to be the most challenging but also like the fun part. So we're going to start coding our project. Me personally, I prefer to code in VS Code because I believe that VS Code has a pretty good user interface, and I'm kind of comfortable using it. I've been using it for quite a while, so yeah, I will use VS Code for use for this project, but just pick whichever IDE that you're most comfortable with. Um, it doesn't have to be VS Code only because I use VS Code, right? So that's chapter 6 and chapter 7. We're going to be conducting testing testing to our applications, right? So we're going to have like multiple different scenarios, and we're going to test to make sure if our applications, if our mobile banking or online banking, whatever you want to call it, online banking application works well, works as it's supposed to be, right? Obviously, we'll do more than one testing. We're gonna do at very least like one testing for its feature. So let's say our system or application has 8 features. It means that we're gonna do 8 different testings, 8 different scenarios for our testing. Okay, to make sure that its function works the way we want them to work, right? So yeah, that's the testing phase. So usually before the application is launched to the public, there'll be lots of pre-production requirements that need to be met, and one of them is the testing. So usually, speaking from the perspective of ex IT consultant, when our clients about to launch their products, their software to the public, to their customers, the product managers and also the software engineer will collaborate together to make sure that um, the system or the program has been has been in the best shape possible, right? It means like ready to be used by your customer. So that's the reason why conducting testing, it's not only essential but it's necessary to make sure that it has worked the way we want them to work, right? So that's chapter 7 and chapter 8, conclusion and summaries. I'm gonna share a few tips and tricks and a few takeaways that you might found important. And yeah, I think that's it for for this video. I'm gonna see you in the next video. Next video we're going to be talking about whom this course is intended for. So yeah, I'll see you later. What's up guys, welcome back to the course. In this video, I'm going to be talking about whom this course is intended for. Alright, so let's start with the first bullet point here. Anyone with basic knowledge in Python looking for building a simple app. Okay, so if you know a little bit about Python, right, just a little bit about Python, you don't need to be very expert in Python, right? Just need to have like very basic knowledge in Python, and you want to build an app, right? But you have no idea how to start, you have no idea like where to learn. Then this course is definitely the right course for you. This course is definitely the right stepping stone for you, because not only that you will learn step by step on how to code cool online banking applications. But at the end of the course, I'm also gonna guide you how to upload your project to GitHub, right? So your future employers will be able to see it, and definitely it's going to give you a valuable contributions, right, to your job applications in the future. So yeah, that's the first bullet point. The second one here, if you're interested in building your GitHub portfolio, right? So you might be let's say college student majoring in computer science, or maybe you've graduated from coding bootcamp and currently searching for jobs, right? And most of your future employers, they're looking for your GitHub portfolio, right? So almost like every single time you're applying for a job, especially if your job is related to, let's say, software engineering or data science, most of the times they will ask you to provide your GitHub link, your GitHub account. So they will, spend some time, take a look at your portfolio, right? So having diverse projects on your GitHub account is definitely going to be um, positive thing to have, right? So yeah, that's the second. The third one here, anyone interested in knowing the logic behind online banking applications, right? So as I mentioned previously in the last video, if we're talking about online banking applications, what comes into your mind? Obviously, it's going to be a very complex, right? Very complex applications, right? And most of the times, or maybe always, every single time there is a bank, there is a bank wanting to build their online mobile application, they will require a team of experienced engineers, experienced mobile developer, iOS or Android developers to work together in a team, more than one, obviously, maybe a team of 5 or even a team of 10, right? So it's obviously a very complex stuff here. But guess what? In this course, I'm gonna give you an amazing opportunity to build um, online banking applications. Obviously, it's not going to be as complex as the actual one. Not gonna be as complicated as the actual online banking applications. However, I believe by doing so, you will learn the logics behind it, right? So it's not gonna be like the one that you're able to download from your app stores, or the one that you're able to do like the real-time transaction stuff like that. No, that's not gonna be. It's not gonna be that advanced, but it will give you an idea of what it actually looks like, and it will give you a new perspective to see it from the back end side, right? So here is the thing. If you've always been curious and interested in the logic behind online banking applications, right? You've been using it maybe since you're 17 or 18 years old, right? Since you have your bank account and you do transactions from your phone, stuff like that, and all you see is from the perspective of customers. All you see is from the perspective of the user of that applications, right? But you're curious. You might be curious about what it actually looks like from the back end, right? From the perspective of the engineers. And this is exactly what you're gonna see. So I'm glad to say you're in the right place if you've always been curious about that stuff. So yeah. And prerequisites here, basic knowledge in Python is helpful but not necessary. As I mentioned previously, we're going to have basic Python's warm up here. So if you have no knowledge in Python, don't worry about it. I'm gonna teach you all the basics that you need. Not gonna transform you to be an expert overnight, obviously. It takes time to master Python, but I will definitely make sure that before getting to the project, you will have all necessary knowledge and skills that you need to excel in this project. So yeah, that's the first one. The second one here, no experience in building Python based app is required. So even though someone has experience in Python, but he or she might not have extensive experience building an app, don't worry about it. You're gonna be fine. You're gonna be just fine, right? um, it's actually a very basic and simple applications here. So again, from my side, I don't have any high expectations on your previous skills or experience or anything like that. Just, your willingness to learn, willingness to spend sometimes to learn, and that's all you need. All right. So yeah, I think that's all you need to know um, about whom this course is intended for. Next video, we're gonna be talking about the tools, IDE, and Python libraries that we're gonna use. I'll see you in the next video, guys. What's up, guys? Welcome back to the course. In this video, we're gonna be talking about the tools, IDE, and libraries that we're gonna use in this project. Alright, so let's begin with the first one here, programming language. We're gonna use Python 3.0. And I really recommend you to pick the latest version. Okay, so just in case you haven't downloaded the Python yet, go to the Python official websites, which I'm gonna guide you the next couple slides. So be patient, don't worry. We'll get there next couple slides. So I'd really recommend you to download the latest version. If I'm not mistaken, it's 3.11 point something. I forgot the exact number here. But again, I also attached the link on the slide, so just click on it and it will direct you to the official website of Python, the download page. So yeah, don't worry about it. We'll get there next couple slides. And the second one here, the IDE. For the IDE, I have several different recommendations here: PyCharm, Sublime Text, VS Code, and Google Colab or Jupyter Notebook. Okay, so personally, I am more comfortable using VS Code. That's the reason why I put this in bold. And for the tutorial in this course, I'm going to go with VS Code since this is my favorite one. But again, guys, feel free to use whichever IDE that you're most comfortable with. And in fact, for our basic Python warm up, we're gonna use Google Colab, because Google Colab is browser based IDE, which means that you don't need to download anything, you don't need to install anything to your desktop. All you need to do is just go to the browser, Google Chrome or Mozilla, whatever, and type in Google Colab, and you can build your project on the browser, right, without having to install anything. So that's the beauty of Google Colab, but we're only going to use it for for our warm up session, not the actual project. So that's the IDE. And the next one here, libraries. We're going to use math library. Right, this is the only Python library that we're gonna utilize in this project. Nothing else. I'm pretty sure nothing else. We'll see if we need something else, then I'm gonna add to this slide. But as far as I'm concerned, we don't need any other libraries beside math. And the last one here, GitHub. At the end of the course, I'm gonna guide you step by step on how to upload your projects on GitHub. And also, don't worry if you haven't created your GitHub account yet. I'm gonna explain to you how to create your GitHub account, and obviously step by step tutorial on how to upload your create your first repository on GitHub and upload your first project there. So yeah, I think that's all you need to know about the tools, IDE, and libraries. Let me know if you're excited for this project. I'm excited, to be honest. So yeah, I'll see you in the next video, guys. Alright, guys, welcome back to the course. In this video, we're going to be talking about our online banking system or online banking applications that we're gonna build. So obviously it's going to be a simple one, a very basic one. All right, so don't expect it to be very advanced where you can download it or where you can do real-time transactions or anything crazy. So yeah, it's just going to be a very basic. So the purpose, the intentions of me making this course is simply just to provide you an opportunity to um, see like how is the back end of an online banking system, online banking application, right? So yeah, so the application is going to have multiple different features here. First, the user will be able to sign in and log in using his account. Second, just in case if he forgets his password or his PIN, whatever you wanna call it, is able to recover his PIN. Um, the third one here, he's going to be able to deposit his money. Obviously, if he's not able to deposit his money, then what's the point of having online banking system, right? So the fourth one here is able to withdraw his money. Obviously, it's his money. It means that it belongs to him, right? So it's very important to make sure that he's able to withdraw his own money, right? Um, Unless we want to get sued, but we don't want to get sued, so um, we'll definitely protect our customers' assets, right? Make sure that our customers are able to withdraw their assets whenever they want, right? So that's the withdraw functionality. And the next one here, transfer. So our customer, the user of this app, will be able to transfer his money to another bank account. The next one here, check balance. So he's able to check his balance, right? Check how much money left in his account, stuff like that. And the next one here, deposit interest rate. So he's able to check his deposit interest rate. And as continuations of deposit interest rate, is also going to be able to calculate compound interest and exit menu. So at the end of the transactions, he's going to be given two options. The first one, whether he wants to continue another transactions, or maybe he's done with the application. So if he chooses to go with he's done with the applications, then the program will end. But if he chooses to do another transactions, then the main function is going to be called again, right? So that's pretty much like all functionalities that we're going to build in this project. So I really hope you guys get excited with this. I'm really excited with this. Let me know. Also, don't worry. You will see lots of um, errors. It might be syntax error, or you might find your code doesn't work the way you want them to work. So don't worry. I'll do my best to help you. Just let me know in the comment sections. Let me know what's your problem. I'm gonna try to do my best to help you to fix your issues, right? So just let me know, right? Yeah, I think that's all you need to know about things that we're gonna build and all functionalities that our project going to have. I really hope this excites you. So I'll see you in the next video, guys. What's up, guys? Welcome back to the course. In this video, we're going to set up all required tools. All right, so let's begin with the first one here. Okay, so just in case you haven't downloaded your Python yet, so we'll need to click on this link and it will direct us to this page, official websites of Python, and this is the download page. So if you already have your Python downloaded on your operating system, just skip to the next one, so ignore me. But if you haven't downloaded your Python yet, then pay close attention to what I'm about to do. So here is the download page. The latest version is 3.11.2, so I really recommend you to download the latest version. So just click on this. I'm not going to click on it because I already have my Python downloaded on my operating system. And again, me personally, I'm using Mac. So if you see up here, it says Mac. But again, please guys, download the Python version that suits with your operating system. So if you're on Linux, then click on this. If you're on Windows, click on this. Right. So if you're on Windows, don't download the Python version for Mac. Right. So yeah, just make sure that you download the Python that aligns with your operating system, and that's it. You might want to scroll it down a little bit just to take a look at what these versions and release date, stuff like that, but it's not very essential. I don't think you need to waste your time doing so. So yeah, if you're done, let's go back to the slide here and go to the second bullet point here. So yeah, so if you choose to go with Visual Studio Code, VS Code, let's click on that link. All right, first of all, disclaimer for number 2, 3, and 4. You don't need to download all of them. Just pick one, right? Again, as I mentioned before, pick whichever IDE that you're most comfortable with. And even like your favorite IDE is not included here, just feel free to go with your IDE, right? With whichever IDE that you're most comfortable with, right? So here is the Visual Studio Code download page. Again, kind of the same thing like Python. If you're on Windows, then click on this. Me personally, I'm using Mac, so I should download this, but again, I already have my VS Code installed on my operating system, so I don't need to download it again. And yeah, kind of the same thing. I'm sorry if this is getting kind of like repetitive. So if you choose to go with PyCharm, then click on this link, getbrains.com. It will direct you to PyCharm official website here. And again, as usual, please always download PyCharm version that aligns with your operating system. So let's say you're on Windows, then go here. If you're on Mac or maybe you're on Linux, then click on this, right? So you're given like two different options here, whether you want to choose professionals and community. For professionals, you will be given like free 30 days trials, but at the end of the month, you're going to need to pay. But I don't think you need to choose to go with this professional package. I think community package is more than enough for you. So just go to download this by clicking this button, and for community version, it's free forever, right? So you don't need to pay anything. It's free, completely free, and it's open source too. Okay, so again, I'm not gonna download this here because I already have my PyCharm installed in my operating system, and I'm not gonna use PyCharm for this project. So let's go back to the slide and kind of do the same thing here for the Sublime Text. If you chose to go with Sublime Text, click on this link and it will bring you to Sublime Text download page here. So if you're on Mac, then click on this. If you're on Windows, click on this. If you're on Linux, click on this, right? Just download the one that suits your operating system here. And the next one here, let's click on, let's click on GitHub. Okay, so GitHub, here is GitHub. If you're not familiar with GitHub, I'm gonna have very specific explanations about what GitHub is in the last video of this course, so don't worry about it. But if you haven't created your account yet, then you can create your account here. So I'm gonna log out first here. I'm gonna sign out and go to GitHub GitHub dashboard, and all you need to do is just go sign up here, go sign up. And sorry, my internet connection doesn't seem very stable here. Enter your email and your password, create your account, and usually they will give you a verification code through your email, the email that you use to register for your GitHub account, and then verify it, and then yeah, you'll be ready to go. And what else? Okay, so bullet point seek here, click on this. It will bring you to Colab, Google Colab. It's all right, so I'm gonna cancel this. All right, so this is Google Colab, guys. It is browser-based IDE where you can code your project here. You don't need to install anything. All right, so we're not gonna use this for our project, but we're gonna use this for our basic Python warm-up session. So yeah, you don't need to create your account actually, since this is a Google product. So all you need to do is simply just to go up here on the top right and then connect with your Gmail account, right? I'm pretty sure like all of you have a Gmail account, right? So yeah, you don't need to create an account on Google Colab. And the last thing here, you gotta keep this in mind. Don't forget to download the code source. All right. So I will include the code source. I will attach our code source on the resources file. So just go to that folder and download it. Okay. Um, I'm pretty sure when the course has been uploaded, it will be pretty easy to see. It will be very visible, right? Um, I think that's all you need to know about setting up all required tools. I'll see you in the next video. Next video, we're gonna do basic Python warm up. Hopefully you get excited, and I'll see you in the next video, guys. What's up, guys? Welcome back to the course. In this video, we're going to be doing basic Python warm up. As I mentioned previously in the last video, if you're confident with your Python skills, if you're confident with your Python knowledge, then please feel free to skip these sections. This section was actually intended for people who are beginner, people who have never coded before. So yeah, if you have basic Python knowledge, or maybe you're even intermediate in Python, feel free to skip, and I'll see you in the project. All right, guys. So yeah, welcome to basic Python warm up. So in these sections, we're going to make sure that you learn fundamentals. You have the strong basics that you need. You have strong and solid basics that you need to excel in the project. So again, for this tutorial, I'm gonna go with Google Colab. Google Colab is basically an IDE based browser, and you don't need to install anything, you don't need to download anything. You can access it from Google, and since it's Google product, you don't need to create your account there as long as you have Gmail account. I'm pretty sure like every single one of you has a Gmail account, so all you need to do is just to log in, and if you're asking me where to go, just click on this link and it will bring you to that page. And here we go. I already have it open on my other tab, and what you need to do is just go to file and new notebook, but I'll already open my own file here. So all I'm going to do is just to click on this code. Right, so first we're going to learn about data type, right? Data type, or usually I call it variable type. There are many of them, but again, as I promised in the beginning of the course, I'm going to warm up your knowledge in Python, especially things that are related to the project. All right, so I'm not gonna go to general or too deep. I'm just gonna prepare you and provide you all informations that you actually need for this project. All right, so when it comes to data type, there are many of them, but I'm gonna be focusing on basically four. Right, first one is string, second integer, third float, and fourth boolean, because we're only going to use those four data types. All right, so we're going to be concentrating on those four only. So let's begin with the string, right? So just in case you have no idea how to write command, this is how you do it, command. So when you execute, when you compile the code, it kind of excludes this part. All right, so data type practice, that's maybe the title. All right, so let's begin with string. All right, string. If you're asking me what is string, string is a Python data type where it contains a word or a sentence, right? It has nothing to do with number. So let me give you an example. It's kind of useless to learn about theory because sometimes people don't really get it, and you will get it immediately once I'm showing you an example, right? So lots of people get it easier and way faster when I provide you with example. So let's ask, who is my name? My name is Chris, right? So remember when you remember in Python, maybe not only in Python, in almost like all programming language here, if you want to set a value to a string, you need to have a quotation mark like this. So let's say my name is Chris, right? And you print name, and you compile the code and then see it's Chris, right? And then what if I reassign the value to that variable? So now it's Bob. So you recompile it and now it's Bob, right? Okay, cool. What if I change this variable into first name and last name? First name and it's Chris, and last name it's Raharja, like this, right? What if you compile? Wait, it didn't give you anything, right? Because guess what? I already changed the name, the variable name. That's why you need to be consistent with the name. So if I have first name here, so you need to be consistent with the name here, last name, and then when you compile the code, it gives you like this, and it doesn't seem to be good output because there is no space, right? So let's give a space here. You can give a space in Python by doing something like this, and now it looks way better. Now it has a space, right? So that's pretty much how you declare a string variable, right? Always remember to put a quotation mark, because if you don't have a quotation mark, then it will give you an error. And just to make sure, you want to make sure you understand the data type. So in Python, there is a function called type, and the parameter for this function is simply just the name of the variable. So for example, the name of the variable is first name, and then you compile it, and it will give you the name of the type. We'll give you the type of the variable. So it's string. It's str string, right? Right. So let's move on to the float, right? Maybe go with integer first. If you're asking me what's the difference between integer and float, integer is a whole number, right? For example, 5, 8, -9. And meanwhile, float is a decimal. It has it's not a whole number. For example, 3.5, 7.6, or 2.9. Okay, so hopefully you get it right. But I'm gonna give you an example so you understand better. So integer, let's say num equals 2. This is integer, right? But what if you have a float, 6.9, something like this? Oh, sorry, float, num2 6.9, something like this, right? And then you check the type of num. It should be int, integer, right? Here we go. What if you check the type of num2? It should be float because it's decimal, right? Here we go. And let's do an experiment here. What if we calculate, we declare a variable called calculate, and we multiply num with num2. I'm sorry, we just add num with num2, like this, right? And we check the type of the variable calculate, right? So let's check. Now it's float. Reason why, if you're asking me the reason why, because 6.9 plus 2, it's going to be 8.9, and 8.9, it's obviously a decimal, right? However, don't worry, if you want to keep it in integer, actually you can do something like this. Calculate. So you kind of like reassign the variable name, reassign a new value to the same variable, calculate, equals integer calculate. So that's how you reassign a value to the pre-existing variable, and now you can check the type of the variable. So calculate like this, and you compile the code, and this is what you got, integer, right? So right, here we go. I think we're good with integer and float, and let's do the last one here. It's called boolean, like this. And you're asking me, what is boolean, right? I have no idea about boolean. I haven't heard that before. Boolean is simply just a variable that only has two answers, false or true. That's it, whether it's false or true. So let's do a check, something like this, and it's called false, right? And you print it, all right? So you print it, and it says false, and you check the type. So you check the type of this variable called check, um, type check. See, it's boolean, right? So if you're asking me when we are going to use this, most of the time if you write conditional statement like if else statement on Python, not all the time but sometimes you need to use it. Maybe we're not gonna get like into very detail when we're gonna use it in this project, but we'll see it when we do the actual project. Okay, so that's how boolean works. Only has two answers, either false or true, true or false. um, and I think that's all you need to know about data type and variable types, right? The next video, we're going to be talking about mathematical operations because this is online banking applications. We're going to perform lots of calculations, mathematical operations. So the next one is going to be very important in this project. So I'll see you in the next video. What's up guys, welcome back to the course. In this video, we're going to continue our basic Python warm-up session. So in the last video, we did data type and variable type practice, where we learned about different type of data, like string, float, integer, and boolean. And now this is the time for us to learn about mathematical operations. And again, it's very important for our project, so make sure you understand all these basics and fundamental. Make sure you have the strong basics and fundamentals of calculating things in Python, how to perform mathematical operations in Python, since our project is going to be building online banking applications, which will involve lots of mathematical operations and calculations. So yeah, let's begin with the first one here. Additions and subtractions. Additions and subtractions. Let's do an example. For example, I just download the applications. Okay, I deposit $1,000, right? So let me give additional comment on the right here. I deposit $1,000, and guess what? Tomorrow I'm going to withdraw $200, right? So withdraw $200. So let me make a comment here. I withdraw $200, and let's check the current balance. Right, so current balance is too long, so why don't we just use CB, right? CB stands for current balance, right? So obviously, how to calculate it? So we need to subtract deposit, which is the amount of money that I deposit, with the amount of money that I withdraw, right? So let's print the current balance to see how much money I have left on my bank account, right? So here we go. 800, right? So you subtract thousands by 200, so you got $800. So the amount of money that is left on my bank account is $800. Okay, so what if I do deposit again to my bank account, right? So let's do second deposit here. Second deposit, and this time I'm going to deposit, let's say $5,000, because I just got my profit from my dropshipping business, and I got 5,000 net profit from my Shopify dropshipping. So this is my second deposit. So this is my second deposit, right? And to the current balance, all we need to do is just to add the second deposit, and see, this is the addition operations, and let's reprint the current balance. So now I got 5,800. Okay, so hopefully it makes sense. So you got $1,000, right? $1,000, and you subtracted by $200, since I decided to withdraw $200, and I deposit again $5,000. So 800, you add that by, you added that number by 5,000. So that's how you got $5,800, guys. Um, and these are examples of additions and subtractions, and I made this example to be kind of a little bit more specific and related to our project, which is our online banking system, because we're going to calculate the amount of money that our user deposit, amount of money that our user withdraw, and then obviously the current balance is going to be, the subtractions of the amount of money that the user deposit with um, the amount of money that he or she withdraws, right? So that's the example of additions and subtractions. Let's move on to the example of multiplications and divisions, right? Multiplications and division. Okay, so let's say there's a discount. So if you purchase a product using this bank account, I'm sorry, using this debit card, then you're gonna get 25% discount, right? So 25% discount if you purchase a product using this debit card, right? So first of all, what is 25%, right? This is very basic mathematics. It's 25 divided by 100, right? So why don't we create a variable called discount here, and discount is 25 divided by 100, right? Just to check, print the variable discount, so it prints it in decimal, right, which is float, so it's 0.25. All right, here we go. So this is one of the example of divisions. And what is the price of that product? Let's say the price of that product is $560, and you want to calculate what is going to be the price after discount, right? So let's create a variable called new price here. So this is the price after discount. So what's going to be the price after discount? So obviously how you calculate it is to first price, you subtract by price multiplied by discount, right? So it's going to be 560 subtract by the discount that you got, right? So now let's print the new price. If you're curious what's going to be the new price, not new curious, unfortunately I mistyped it, so it's going to be new price here, and you compile the code, and this is what you got. $420 is the new price after discount, after 25% discount, right? So yeah, that's pretty much the example of multiplications and divisions in Python. So again, if you are confident with your Python skills, feel free to skip it. But if you are not very confident with your Python skills and you feel like these practice are not enough, feel free to do and explore more about all these operations on your own. And if you're kind of stuck or something like that, just let me know in the comment sections. I'll try to do my best to help you to get to the place where you need to be, right? So these are examples of multiplications and divisions. Let's move on to another example here. Again, because in the online banking applications, we're going to be dealing a lot with interest, compound interest. So obviously we need to understand at very least the basic concepts of exponents, right? But we need to import math first, because we're going to utilize math library in Python. So first of all, import math, and let's do very basic stuff here. You have, let's say, a number a equals to 8, and then you want to raise 8 to the power of 5, right? So the power is going to be 5. So what's going to be the answer if you raise 8 to the power of 5? This is how you do it. So a 2 stars. This is the symbols that you usually use for multiplications, but you do it twice. And here we go, right? So let's do print answer. I guarantee it's gonna be a very huge number here. See, 32,768. So that's basically what 8 raised to the power of 5 is. And now let's do a little bit more advanced using exponent, right? So just in case if you don't know what exponent E is equals to 2.7 something. I forget like the exact number, but it's 2.7, approximately 2.7. It's kind of like a pretty long decimal, so let's do it. You want to raise e to the power of 6, for example, right? Maybe just use another code block here so we don't get messy. Import math again. Just to be safe, I import math again, but in most cases usually you don't need to import math if you already have it up here, so it's not necessary. Let's say you have power equals 6. You want raise e to the power of 6, right? So what's going to be the answer if you raise math.exp? So exp is the attribute to math library in Python, so that's how you do it, math.exp. And this function only takes one parameter, and that parameter is going to be the power. So if you want to raise e to the power of 6, then you need to type in 6 here, but since we declare the variable power equals to 6, so we just type in power here, and it's gonna be the same anyway. I mean, if you put it 6 right here or you put it power here, it's gonna be the exact same thing. So let's print the answer to see what's the answer is. All right, so I'm pretty sure it's going to be a pretty big number, to 403.428. Just in case if you want to check whether that's true or not, just use the calculator here from Google, and then you raise e to the power of 6, then yeah, 403.4. That's what you got here too, right? 403.4. Okay, so that's pretty cool. And let's do one more thing here before we're done with mathematical operation practice. So let's do square root. All right, I'm not entirely sure if we're gonna need this in our project in building our online banking system, but yeah, it's just good to know, right? Just good to know. So import math here, and what's going to be the number? Let's see, I want to go with 676. All right, and you want to take the square root of that number, so math sqrt. Again, this is kind of the same thing like this. Sqrt is simply just the attribute to math library in Python, and it only takes like one parameter here, and that parameter is going to be the number that you want to take the square root. So just type a number here as the parameter to that functions, and let's print the answer to see what the answer is. Right. All right, so here we go, 26. So yeah, I think that's all you need to know. Make sure you're confident with the skills. You need, at very least, you need to have to understand these basics to be able to build our project. Right. Again, as mentioned over and over again, our project is going to be a very simple and basic application. So obviously, you won't see lots of complex stuff, but these are just very basics that you need to understand. These mathematical operations like addition, subtractions, multiplications, divisions, square root, exponent, and all these stuff are essential for the project. All right, so make sure you understand this, and I'll see you in the next video. Next video, we're gonna learn how to make a conditional statement, or usually we call it as if else statement. All right, it's gonna get a little bit more advanced, so yeah, get your cup of tea or cup of coffee, and I'll see you in the next one. What's up guys, welcome back to the course. In this video we're gonna be talking about we're gonna be learning how to make a conditional statement or if else statement. So in previous video we learned about mathematical operations and Hopefully you guys understood the basics, because we're gonna use a lot of them. So let's move on to the if else conditional statement here. So let me give a title here: conditional statement, conditional statement, or if else. Okay, so here we go. First of all, let me introduce you the syntax first, right? You need to understand the syntax and how to create these conditional statements in Python. So first, if I'm just gonna give you a very basic example, and then hopefully by understanding like these very basics, then you will be able to start start exploring like more complex stuff. Okay, so let's start with declaring a variable here, password. Obviously this is going to be string, right? What is my password? Or maybe no, just go with name first. Username. So our example is going to be a little bit more specific and related to our project. So what's going to be my name? My name is Chris, right? This is my username in my applications, right? And what is my password? All right, so disclaimer here, password might also be a number, but in most cases, when it comes to building an application, we should treat password as a string. And the reason why we should treat password as a string, because in most cases, it will be like combinations of number and letter, right? So you cannot treat it as a float or integer, and we're also not going to calculate a password, right? We're not gonna use password and multiply or divide it by another number. It just doesn't make sense, right? Password, it's going to be string because it's combinations of letters and numbers. So let's see, what's my password? My password is Chris 567. That's gonna be my password, and these two are in string. If you're not sure, let's just check the type of these two variables. Username, yeah, it's string, and also check the password, and here we go. Right, here we go. And even PIN, if you know like the PIN in your bank account, usually it's either like 4 digits or 6-digit PIN, and all of them are numbers, right? There is no letter in PIN, but still you need to treat it as a string, because we're not going to perform any calculations or any mathematical operations with PIN, right? So okay, so let's create a conditional statement, if else statement. If username, which is this variable, equals, remember that if you want to check the value in the conditional statement, it has to be like double equals like this, otherwise it's not gonna work. Equals to Chris, then print login. Maybe use this message: welcome to the app. Else, so just in case, if the username is not Chris, then wrong password, right? Or wrong username. Okay, so let me explain it to you once again, the logic behind this code. So we want to basically check, okay, so if the username is Chris, the username has to be equal to Chris, right? Then if that's the case, then there'll be a message here: welcome to the app. But if the name or if the username is not equal to Chris, then you're not going to be able to log in, and there will be a message here saying it's a wrong password, wrong username. I'm sorry, you're wrong username. So let's print it and see what happened. Welcome to the app, right? But just in case I use different name here, maybe John, then the message that will be displayed on our output is wrong username, right? Because John is not equal to Chris, right? Here we go. What if we actually want to check if the username and the password are correct? There will be like two different components in this conditional statements, and each one of them needs to be fulfilled. So here we go. Password equals to, that's my password, 567. All right, here we go. Oh, sorry, it should be like this, and I forgot. That sign is actually for Java, not Python. All right, welcome to the app. But let's say I input the right username here, Chris, but my password is wrong. Then still, I'm not able to log in here, but the message is wrong username. It should be wrong username or wrong password. So the logic behind it is, even though you input the right username here, Chris, but the password is wrong, then still you're not able to log into the system. So the message being displayed here, it says either wrong username or wrong password, right? One of them is wrong. So in order to be able to log into the app, you need to make sure that the username has to be right and the password has also to be right. That's like two components that we are checking using this conditional statement, okay? All right, so these are examples with strings. Why don't we do our examples with number, with integer or float, right? Let's say you have balance. You have current balance equals $600, okay? That's your current balance. And now you want to withdraw your money and you want to withdraw $700. Actually, it's not gonna work, right? Because you're withdrawing the amount of money that you don't even have in your bank account. So if you only have $600, then the maximum amount of money that you can withdraw is obviously $600, right? You cannot withdraw $700 because the money is not there. The money is not yours. So here's the thing. The bank has to check first if the amount of money that you want to withdraw, it has to be at very least smaller or equal to the amount of money that's left in your bank account. So let's do check using the conditional statement or if else statement here. So let's do check. Check equals CB subtract by withdraw. And again, your current balance in your bank account should not be negative, right? So let's print this first. Print this variable check, and it's negative 100. And we need to do, what we need to do here is to prevent this from happening. That's the reason why we need to have conditional statement or if else statement to basically check if the amount of money that you're withdrawing, has to be less or at very least equal to your current balance, right? Because if you only have like $100, for example, in your bank account, and you want to withdraw $1,000, then guess what? The bank is going to lose money, right? Because you only have $100, so actually you're like stealing $900 from other people's account if the system is wrong. So let's do the check here. If check is greater than 0, greater than or equal to 0. So what this implies is actually if your current balance is still greater than 0, if your current balance is still greater than 0, then yeah, you can withdraw your money. But if your current balance after withdrawing the money, if your current balance is negative, then you cannot withdraw your money, right? Because the amount of money that you're going to withdraw is more than the amount of money that's left in your bank account. So 0 Let's print withdrawal successful, like this. Else print so just in case if the user current balance is negative, or if the amount of money that the current balance is going to withdraw from his current balance is actually more than he actually has, then let's say balance is not sufficient, like this, right? So let's print. See, it's balance not sufficient. But let's say if you have $6,000 here and you want to withdraw $70, then it means the amount of money that you want to withdraw is smaller. The amount of money that you want to withdraw is less than the amount of money that you have in your bank account. Then it's going to display a message here: withdrawal successful, right? So yeah, I think that's all you need to know when it comes to conditional statement. Kind of apologize if I um, explain it to you, explain it to you, and make you a little bit confused here. Because I'm just trying to use an example from from banking, online banking system. But if you want to do an example with like more basic stuff, we can do it too. Let's say you want to check if the number is even or odd, right? So let's say if n equals 9 here, and if n um, this is mod. Okay, mod means divided by 0. There is no, so what this percentage sign represents here in Python, in the world of mathematics, usually we call it mod, mod. So when you divide that number, this number n, by 0, it's going to be an integer, or like the whole number, right? There will be no decimals. So that's the exact same thing when you divide an even number by 2. For example, 26 by 2, it's going to be 13, not decimal, right? But the exact opposite though, if you divide a odd number like 25 by 2, then it's going to be 12.15. It's going to be decimal, right? So that's what we're going to be checking right here. Okay, so print even. I forgot quotation mark. And else, if that's not the case, then print odd. So basically what the logic says here, if the number here divided by 2 is not a decimal, it's an integer, that it's going to be an even number. But that's the exact opposite though. If that number divided by 2 and it results in decimals, then it's odd. Okay, so here we go. We have odd number because n equals 9, but let's say you add n equals 90 here, and it's going to be even, right? Because you divide 90 by 2, it's going to be 45, and 45 in this case is an integer. But 9 divided by 2 is 4.5, and 4.5 is not an integer. 4.5 is a float or decimal, right? Because it's 4.5. Right, guys, I think that's all you need to know about conditional statements here. These are very basics. If you don't really understand it, don't worry. We're going to learn deeper, and we're gonna get into like more detailed versions of conditional statements in the project. So these are just like basics that you need to know. So when you actually do it in the project, at very least you have like a fundamentals, like things that you know about this, like syntax and stuff. So yeah, next one we're gonna learn for and while loop. It's going to be a little bit more complicated than this. So yeah, hopefully you're still motivated to learn, and I'll see you there. What's up guys, welcome back to the course. In this video we're going to be learning how to create for and while loop in Python, right? So it's going to be a little bit more complicated than if else or conditional statement, the one that we learned in the previous video. But make sure you pay close attention to what I'm about to do here, because it's going to be very important for our project. We're going to use not a lot, but um, occasionally we will use for loop and while loop on our project. All right, so let's add a code block here and let's learn about for loop first. First of all, let's ask this question: what is for loop? Right, for loop is when you iterate index from the list. So for example, I create a list here. I declare list A, for example, here list A, and then there's 5 components in the list, right? So for instance, there's my name here, Chris, and who else? John, that's my friend's name, and my girlfriend, let's see, Jenny. All right, just a random one, I guess, not real girlfriend, I guess, but my other brother here, Marcel, and let's add another one here. It's called Bob. Okay, so now we have like 5 different names in the list, right? You want to iterate every single component in the list using indexing, right? So what you do here is this, here is the syntax, right? For I is actually just represent index, right? It's actually just an index, right? So you can name it whatever you want. I usually use I because it's like the most common letter that I usually use, but you can even use A or X. It doesn't really matter. All right, I'm gonna use X for this example. In list A, then you print A. So if you see the output, it's going to be like this. Let me, oops, it's supposed to be like this. Here we go. All right, so Chris, John, Jenny, Marshall, and Bob. So these are the output of this code, right? You have this list. This list consisted of 5 different components here: my name, my friend's name, my girlfriend's name, my brother's name, and my other friend's name here: Chris, John, Jenny, Marshall, and Bob. And you create a for loop here, basically to iterate every single component in this list. So what if we actually add another name to this list? Let's say Donald. Then see, the output also has Donald's right now. So that's for loop when you iterate a component in the list using X as the indexing here. So how does it work? Actually, the logic behind this code is when you create this code for loop X in list, X is an index that goes through every single component, like Chris, then go to John, Jenny, Marcel, Bob, and Donald, like that. So yeah, that's for loop. Let's do another practice. I kind of apologize though if you don't really get it right now, especially if you're like very beginners in Python. It might be a little bit confusing at first, but the more practice that you do, the more codes that you write, then the more confident you will be. So let's do another for loop practice here. So now since we already use a string as our example, let's use a number, right? In either integer or float for our example. So let's declare like an empty list. Okay, so empty list 1. Just name the list as list 1, and then it's going to be empty list like this. All right, so in order to declare empty list, you can do either like this or something like this, like open and close bracket, and there is nothing inside the bracket. That's how you declare empty list in Python. But usually I'm more used to declaring the list using this type, but it's the same anyway, so it doesn't really matter. So don't be confused with that. So let's actually create another for loop here. It's kind of like different type of for loop here. So use I as indexing for loop in range. So we declare range 0 to 7, for example. Remember that when you declare 0 to 7, actually you're only going to have like 6 you're only going to go all the way up to 6. Why? Because 7 is not going to be counted in Python, right? So the indexing starts with 0, so it's going to be like 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There'll be like 7 of them, but you start counting from 0. That's why 7 is not going to be included in this case. um, let's add like every single number to our empty list, right? So list one append. So just in case if you haven't used this before, append means that every single index iterated from this range 0 to 7 is going to be added into our empty list, right? It's going to be added into our empty list, and put the index first here, and then oops, it's supposed to be like this. And don't forget to print our empty list. It should not be empty anymore. See, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? Because when you declare this for loop for I in range 0 to 7, 7 is not counted, so it's going to be, there will be like 7 numbers, but you start counting from 0. That's why you go all the way up to 6, not to 7. And every single number here is iterated and added into this empty list, right? I think that's all you need to know about for loop. It's totally fine if you are still a little bit confused with how the syntax work and stuff. At first when I learned about for and while loop, I was really confused too, guys. So to be honest, it's completely fine. Don't worry too much about it. You're gonna get better and better. You're gonna get more confident once you like do more practice, and can guarantee you after finishing the project you'll be able to master all these things. So again, as I always emphasize, learn by doing. These are kind of like the theoretical part of the course where I kind of like teach you how to create for loop and a while loop. But once you start using it in the actual project, you will definitely understand better. Reason why? Because when you're actually doing the project, you know like what's the actual objective and how to accomplish that objective, right? Instead of just doing random thing as an example, like what we are doing right now. But it's a good thing though, like you at least very least need to know very basic stuff that that makes your life easier when it comes to building the project. So let's do while loop here. If you're asking me what's the while loop, while loop is simply just a command for Python. As long as the condition is met, then it's going to keep going, right? It's gonna keep going. So for example, I have b equals 9, okay? And I tell Python, hey, while b still less than 11, okay? So if b is still less than 11, then keep printing. Print apple, for example. So b is equals to 9, that's the initial variable that I declared here. And then as long as b is still less than 11, then print apple. And guess what? What's gonna be the output, right? It will keep printing apple over and over again, right? And at some point the code is going to crash. So it's better to stop it before it crashes. How to stop it? Here we go. It's crashed. So what if we actually add increment here? B equals b plus 1. So every single time b is going to be added by 1, right? So 9 added by 1 is going to be 10, and 10 added by 1 is going to be 11. So it's going to print apple only twice, right? Because first b is equal 9, then it checks 9 is less than 11, right? Yeah, it is less than 11, so it print apple. And then now it goes to the increment b, which was 9, you added it by 1, it's going to be 10, and then you check again here. Okay, 10 is still less than 11. All right, so it prints the apple for the second time, and then again it goes to increment again. So we're going to increment 10. So b equals 10 plus 1, it's going to be 11, and then it will recheck it again here, and 11 is not less than 11, right? 11 is not less than 11, so it stops there. That's how it works. I really hope you guys understand the basics. So if you're not really confident yet, feel free to do the practice on your own. Do your own experiment, doing all this stuff. Creating a list, empty list, or whatever, and practice how to, let's say, add components to your empty list using for loop, or maybe you have certain conditions, and then you want to create a while loop. As long as that certain condition is met, then the while loop is going to keep printing the output. So yeah, just do that stuff for your additional practice there. So yeah, I'll see you in the next one. Next one we're gonna learn how to get the input from the user. It's going to be very crucial, right? Because in a bank, mobile banking applications, we need to make sure that our system is going to be able to get the data, get the information from the user. Like, we're asking you, hey, what is your username or what is your password? And the system needs to have a box where the user of that app is going to be able to input his username or his password or PIN, and so forth and so on, right? So yeah, I'll see you in the next one. Make sure you understand these basics. These are very important here. I'll see you in the next one. What's up guys, welcome back to the course. In this video we're going to learn how to get input from the users. So make sure you pay very close attention to what I'm about to teach. Is going to be a very crucial and important part of the project, where we're going to build an online banking system, online banking applications. So obviously we will ask users to input their password, their username, and our system is going to check whether those usernames and passwords are the correct one. If those are incorrect, then the user will not be able to log in and will be asked to provide the right one. Will be asked to re-enter his or her password, right? So yeah, let's add code block here, and let me give a title here, getting input or data from users, right? So for example, password. Okay, so I want to get a password from user. Again, the password is going to be in string. That's why it's very important for us to make sure that it is in string, right? Input, this is the syntax, input, and inside open parentheses, and this is going to be the parameter. The parameter of input is simply just a command that we want to tell the user. For example, enter your password here. Okay, so that's going to be the command. So if we compile the code here, enter your password. So for example, my password is Chris ABCD. Here we go. Nothing happened because we don't write additional codes about what the system needs to do after the user enter password, right? So that's it. Enter your password, and Chris is ABCD. That's the password. That's it. Why don't we create another one that's a little bit more complex, but at very least you get the idea behind it. So this is going to be a more complex code here. So let's see. We already have a database in our banking system. Okay, so database. What is the database? We already store your password to be A, B, C, D, E, F, G. That's it. That's your password, right? So in our database, your password that has been stored is A, B, C, D, E, F, G. That's your password, right? So every single time you want to log in to your online banking application, you need to enter your password, right? So user password, let's create another variable here. It's going to be str input. So in this case, we're going to ask the user to enter his or her password. Enter your password here. Okay, and now let's create a conditional statement. All right, hopefully you still remember things that we learned up here, the conditional statement. So our system is going to check, okay, we're going to check if the password is the same if the password that the user entered is the exact same. It needs to be exactly the same with the password that has been stored in our database. Then the user will be able to log in. Sorry, I forgot the quotation mark here. It has to be in a quotation mark since this is a string. But if the password that's being entered by the user, the password that's being inputted by the user to the system is incorrect, it's not the same with the password that has been stored in our database, then it means the user will not be able to log in and the user will be asked to re-enter his or her password. Okay, so if user password is equal to has to be exactly the same with the password, this password, the one that has been stored in our database, then print welcome to the app. Okay, so that's the case when the password is the right one. However, though, if the password is the wrong one, we will tell them to re-enter your password because your password is incorrect. Password is incorrect, re-enter your password. Maybe I add, please re-enter your password, so we need to be a little bit more polite to our customers, a little bit more polite to our user, right? So password is incorrect, please re-enter your password. So let's compile the code and see what's gonna happen here. Oops, there's a problem. Yeah, unfortunately I mistyped this. Let me fix it, and now it's been fixed. Alright, so what's your password? Let's test this code first with the right one. So I entered the right password, ABCDEFG. Welcome to the app, right? Okay, so that's that means the code works, but what if we try with the wrong password? Okay, so we log into the applications and we enter the wrong password here. Password is incorrect and please re-enter your password. That's how it works, guys. So if the password that's being entered is correct, then you're able to log in. Otherwise, if the password that you entered is incorrect, then you need to re-enter your password because the password is incorrect and you won't be able to log into the system, right? So yeah, anyway guys, I think that's all you need to know about getting the data, in getting the user inputs. And next video we're going to learn how to create functions and understanding parameter. So yeah, I'll see you there. What's up guys, welcome back to the course. In this video we're going to learn how to create functions and understand the parameters of the functions. So let me give a title here first. Functions in Python, right? Functions in Python. Make sure you pay very close attention because in our project that we're going to build online banking applications, we're going to have lots of functions. So make sure you pay very close attention, and you don't need to understand like very complex stuff about functions, but make sure you understand the basics, right? Because we're going to use a lot of basics of this concept. Okay, so let's start with declaring the functions here. Just in case if you haven't created functions in Python previously, so how to create functions, you start with def. After def, the name of the function. So for example here we want to calculate the password length. So the name of the function here is password length, open and close parentheses and semicolon, like this. And if you leave it like this, it means the functions doesn't have any parameter. But if you want to have parameter, then you need to put something here. So for example, I want to have one parameter. It doesn't need to be one, it can be more than one, obviously. But for the sake of this tutorial, I'm going to just use one parameter. And if you're asking me what is the parameter in functions, it's actually a variable that's going to be used for our functions, and that parameter can be passed. So every single time we call the functions, we need to add parameter to it. So basically the function is going to be able to use it as a variable for the operations inside the functions. Okay, so let's start. For example, this is the functions to calculate the password length, and the parameter that will be passed into this function is password, right? So later on when you call it, you need to add something to it because without this parameter, the function is not gonna work. And again, this function is going to use this parameter as the variable for the operations inside the functions here. So let's say we want to calculate the length of the password. So len, this is how you calculate len in Python, password, like this. Maybe it's better to make sure that the password is in string first, because we just want to be safe, right? So string str password, like this. We convert the parameter to be a string first before calculate the length of that password. So len, that's the functions in Python to calculate length. It's just len. Then the parameter of len is going to be password. So the one that we actually converted to a string, right? And return. So at the end of the function, you need to return, and you need to return whatever variable. In this case, we want to return the length, right? So here we go. Right, so now let's see, my password is, this is outside of the functions. Okay, so let's say my password is abcfgk. Okay, that's my password. Obviously, if you're asking me, there are 6 digits, or 6 letters. So oops, I forgot to put the quotation mark. It has to be in quotation mark. And let's call the functions. Okay, we print the functions password length and put the parameter, and the parameter is our password. It should return 6. Here we go. Let's compile it. Okay, now it's 6, right? So that's how it works. And let's use another example to understand better about these functions. Let's do another example here. Another example. It's going to be a little bit more complex functions in this case, because we're going to check if the password length has to be equal to maybe 6. Okay, because usually in mobile applications, where when you are creating your password, usually they check, because if the password is too short, then for security reason, it's not very good for your safety, right? So most of the applications, especially like banking applications, require you to have at very least maybe 7 digits or 7 letters, right? 7 letters. So let's do the check to make sure that your password consisted with at very least 7 letters or more, and more even better, right? Because the more letters, the better it is, the more secure your account is, right? So let's check it. Def password check. Okay, so I'm just naming the function randomly here. Okay, password check. Okay, so the reason why we create this function, because we want to check if the user password actually is longer enough to be considered as secure account, right? You need to make sure the password of a user has more than 7 digits, right? So password, this is going to be your parameter, and let's do the check here. If password less than 7, if password length, so we need to check the length of the password. Obviously, if we're talking about length, then it's going to be integer, right? Because we're counting how many digits, so it's going to be integer. It's less than 7, then we need to print the password has to be consistent with more than 7 digits, more than or equal to 7 digits. Else, so if the password that has been entered by the user actually has more than or equal to 7 digits, then you're good to go, right? the account has been created. Right, here we go. So this is the functions. All right, so this is the functions, and I don't think we need to return anything here, so just check it if it works. So let's create a password here. For example, the password is ABCDEFGHKOP. Okay, so obviously this is more than 7, right? Consist with longer than 7 digits, right? So let's call the function here, print. What's the name of the function? Password check, right? And let's enter the parameter of the password here. Password, I misspell it all the time, I really apologize, guys. Here we go, and see, we compile it. The account has been created. Reason why? Because our password here is obviously consisted more than 7 digits, right? But what if we actually created our password to be very sure just consists of 1 digit, consisted only one digit only, like this? Then see, the password has to be consistent with more than or equal to 7 digits. Okay, so the password, so the account hasn't been created yet because your password is too short, right? Yeah, so I think that's all you need to know about the functions. Obviously these are very basic functions, but you always need to learn from the basics, right? Make sure you have very strong fundamentals before you're able to like expand your skills and knowledge. So again, in a project, obviously you're gonna see functions that are more complex, functions that are more complicated to make. So um, don't lose motivation, guys. Always stay motivated, and I'll see you in the next video. We're going to do the actual coding for our project. It's going to be a pretty complex one, and it's gonna take a while to make it. So yeah, prepare your energy, I guess, before getting there. And feel free, if you're still not confident with your Python skill, you might want to spend some times to explore all this practice and make sure you understand the syntax, understand how to create functions, conditional statements, create your for loop, maybe while loop, and understand the data type and stuff before getting into the project. Make sure you understand all basics needed for for creating the project. So yeah, but if you feel ready, feel free to jump into our project here. Just go to the next video. We will start doing our project, and I'll see you in the next one, guys. Peace. What's up, guys? Welcome back to the course. In this video, I'm going to guide you step by step on how to set up your VS Code. And again, as I mentioned previously, for this course I decided to use VS Code for my IDE, but feel free to use whichever IDE that you're most comfortable with. And once you have your VS Code open here, and first thing that you need to do is go to extension. So click on this, okay, click on this and go to extensions. And assuming that you're referring you to Python, you haven't installed your Python on VS Code yet, so just type in Python there and then install it. And again, right now I'm not going to install it since I already have it installed on my operating system, but just in case if you haven't installed it yet, this is the right time for you to install it, right? And maybe you also want to install Python extension, but I don't think it is necessary for this project. That's the reason why I don't install it. And feel free to install any other extension that you might think going to help this project, going to help you for this project. Feel free to install any extensions you want here, but personally I'm just gonna go with this because I believe this is the only thing that we need for this project. So once your Python has been installed in your VS Code, and go back to the dashboard here, and let's create a new file, right? Create a new file, and remember, always name your file with a name that's easy to remember. So online banking app, I think that's going to be the name. Always remember to end your file name with .py, just this indicates to the system that we're actually creating a Python, okay, a Python file. So click on this and let's save it in the right folder. Okay, so personally I'm going to save it on Udemy ATM folder here. So I just click create file and I'm gonna close their tab here. And first thing we need to do is to import, the only library that we need to import is math here. So that's it, and I'm going to save the file here. So remember that in VS Code, because the version that I am working right now is the old version, so it's not saving the file automatically. Okay, so I haven't, unfortunately um I haven't re-update my VS Code version, so it's kind of like the old version. But I'm pretty sure if you just download your VS Code and it's like the latest version, it's supposed to be able to save your file automatically. So I'm gonna save it manually here. So save again. If you're also using the old version, just like what I'm using right now, usually if your file hasn't been saved, there's a kind of like a notification here letting you know that the file hasn't been saved. So make sure that you keep saving. I know it's kind of annoying, but you don't want to lose your file, right? So make sure that every single time you see something pop-ups here, if there's a notifications right here, always keep saving your file, right? So now import math. So I've I've imported math library here. So I'm also going to introduce you a terminal. Okay, so we're gonna need this sometimes, but not all the time. So if you go here, new terminal, actually you can run the code here, but I personally prefer to just go up here and run without debugging. But again, everybody has different personal preference, right? Some people prefer to run their code from the terminal, just type in the command here and then run the code by doing so. And code if your code has an error, right, even before you compile your code, usually there's a problem, like kind of like a red notifications here. So all you need to do is just go to the problem, and usually it will tell you what the problem is and what needs to be fixed. And the good thing about VS Code though, like it will specify in which line. For example, the problem is in line 17, then usually it displays a message here, line 17, and like the type of problem, whether it's like syntax error or whatever. Usually the problem pop-ups here. So always make sure that before you compile your code, make sure that your code has no errors, or even if you find errors, fix it immediately. And if you have no clue what your error is, just go to the sections, go to problems, and usually it will give you a hint on what you need to fix, right? So I'm gonna resave it again here, and I'm gonna see you the next one. Next one, we're going to do the actual coding. So this video is just going to be a very short video. It's simply just going to be a very quick tutorial on how to set up and install extensions on VS Code, especially for those people who use VS Code, just like myself, right? Right, I'll see you there. Right, welcome back to the course, guys. In this video, we're going to be coding the first functions, which is sign in. Okay, so we have already imported math library here up here. So let's create a statement here up here, welcoming the user, right? Welcome to the online banking. Welcome to the online banking applications. This is simply just a statement, a welcoming statement for our users, right? Welcome to the online banking applications. So this is the very first thing, the very first statement that the user of this application is going to see, right? Then let's create a new function here called sign in. This is the very first functions that we're going to create for sign in, for user to be able to sign in. Okay, so let's create 3 different variables here: username, pin. Again, since this is going to be like online banking system, we're not going to use password. Instead, we're going to use pin. Pin is more common for online banking instead of password. And usually In most banks, you need to have like 6-digit pins, but in other banks you have 4-digit pins. It depends on uh, banks regulations, but for this purpose we're gonna have 6-digit pins. All right, so let's type in here name, um, name. What else? Pin and current balance. All right, don't forget to add global here, because we're going to use this variable for other functions. We're going to need to use these variables in other functions, even outside of these functions. So when we add global here, we make sure that we're still going to be able to access the data from this variable even when we call this variable outside of these functions, right? Even we call it like somewhere else, not inside this function, we're still able to access it because we declare it as global, meaning that the variable is going to be accessible even for even when we call it from different functions, right? So global pin, that's going to be the pin. Oops, not print, it's going to be pin. And pin is kind of like a password, so please don't be confused. All right, pin is going to be just like a password. And global cb is current balance. All right, I'm gonna add comments here. Just make sure you understand the code. The first one represent username, the second one represent password, right? But in banking we usually call it as pin, right? And the third one represents your current balance, right? So the amount of money that's left on your bank account. So yeah, now we've declared all these three variables, and these three variables are global because we need to make sure these variables are accessible even when we access them from outside of these functions. And let's get the data from the user, right? Name, we want to get the input from the user. We want to ask the user to input their username to our system, right? So name str, again we need to make sure the exact same thing that we did in our practice. We need to make sure that the name has to be in string. That's the reason why we use these functions to just convert everything into string here. And put, again we want to get the data from our user, and the message that we want to be displayed is please create your username. All right, so that's the message. And the second one here is going to be the pin, right? So str, again the pin has to be in string. There's the reason why we have str here. And the message that we want to be displayed is please create your six digits pin. Again some banks have policies to require you to only have like 4 digits, but most banks that I know require you to have like 6 digits. But it again doesn't really matter, right? So before moving any further, before creating any other functions, we need to make sure that the pin that's being inputted by the user meets the criteria, right? So let's do the conditional statement to check. If len, we want to check the length of the pin. If length of the pin is equals to 6, then pin is going to be equals to pin. Okay, right? So this is the conditional statement. If the user input the pin and the pin is consistent with 6 digits, then the pin, it's going to be set equal to the pin that's being inputted. Okay, if that's not the case, however, else we need to display a message here saying that the pin has to be in 6 digits. Okay, in 6 digits, and the user is going to be asked to input a new pin that matches the requirement. It has to be consistent of 6 digits. So we're going to ask the user to re-input the pin, str input So I'm just going to copy and paste the same message here. It's gonna be exactly the same. This is the scenario where the pin being inputted by the user is not 6 digits, and the system is going to ask the user to re-input his pin again to make sure that whatever the pin is being inputted by the user has to be consisted of 6 digits, right? So yeah, that's the code here. And let's redo the check again here to make sure the new pin has to be consisted of 6 digits. So if len, this is the new pin. New pin is not the pin that's being inputted by user up here. This is the pin so sorry, the new pin here is not the pin that was being inputted by the user up here the first time. The new pin is actually the pin being inputted after the system detected that the first pin inputted consisted of 6 digit, and then the system will ask the user to re-enter the pin again, and it needs to be consistent with 6 digit. Okay, so we'll redo the check again here. So if the new pin here is not equal to 6 digit, so this is how you write not equal to in Python. Then let's print again here. The pin has to be 6 digits. Just gonna copy and paste it because it's gonna be exactly the same. And then we will just recall the function, okay? Because if you don't recall the function, if you just keep doing this flow, there will be no end, right? It will be like infinite amount of code that we're gonna write. That's ridiculous, right? So just recall this function. So if the pin being entered by the user is not consistent of 6 digits, then we'll call this function back. It means that the flow is going back to sign in process, right? However, though, if actually the user has inputted 6-digit pins, then the new pin, it's going to be equals to pin. All right. And I'm sorry, it should be like pin equals to new pin, like this. And it will display a message here that says thanks for creating your account, right? So it means the account has been successfully created. Okay, thanks for creating your bank account. Okay, here we go. I'm gonna save it. Make sure we save the code. All right, see, there's a problem right here. Sign is not defined. Line 16. All right, I forgot to add sign in here. Okay, so now we need to resave it again. And we will call the function just to check it. Sign in. Here we go. Just gonna give a space here and resave it again and see, hopefully the code works. Okay, so run without debugging. Please create your username. Let's say my username is Chris. 6 digits. So let's test with the first scenario where we enter like 6-digit pins. So it's going to be A, B, C, D, E, F. Thanks for creating your bank account. All right, cool. So that's cool. When you enter 6-digit pins, then the program works. And let's test it out if the pin that we enter here is actually not consistent with 6 digit. Let's enter pin a new pin, another pin, but it consisted with 10 digits, right? So let's redo it again here. I'm going to clear this terminal so it looks clean. Clear, all right. It's good habit, to always clear the terminal because you don't want seeing a mess here. So let's run it again here. Run without debugging. My username is Chris. username ABCDEFGHIJK. The pin has to be in 6-digit. Please create your 6-digit pins. Okay. Let's say I enter AGHYUO. Alright, so now it's 6-digit pins, and then it has been accepted, and thanks for creating your account, right? So that's how it works. In the next video, we're going to create another functions, and then function is going to be forgot pin. Just in case if the user of the app forgets his pin, he can actually recover his pin, right? It's very important functionality that all banking applications need to have. So I'll see you in the next video. What's up, guys? Welcome back to the course. In this video, we're going to be creating a functions for forgot pin, right? So just in case if the user forgot his pin, he's going to be able to recover his pin back. So let's create the functions first. Def forgot pin, that's gonna be the name of our functions here, and we're not gonna have any parameter for that function, so we're just gonna keep this blank. And let's create a variable here called recover pin, right? And it's going to be str, making sure that the pin has to be in string input, and just gonna copy and paste the exact same message here. Please create your 6-digit pins, but we're gonna add new here. Please create your new 6-digit pins. Okay, so just in case if the user forgot his pin, we're gonna ask them, the system is going to ask him to enter his new pin, right? And it has to be in 6-digit. It has to be consistent with 6 digits. And after the user entered the pin, let's do the check. All right, so let's do the check. If length, we want to make sure that the length of the recover pin has to be consistent of 6 digit. If it is not consistent, if it's not equal to 6, then we're going to display message here. The pin has to be 6 digits, so we're just gonna copy and paste this message here. Here we go, and down here we're going to recall the function. So what's going to do, so every single time the user enter a new pin, his new pin, however that pin is not consistent with 6 digits, then what the code is going to do, it's going to send them back to these functions again and ask them to redo it again. And what if the pin is still wrong, or what if the pin is still not consistent of 6 digit, and we'll go back again, we'll go back and go back and we'll go back again. So that's kind of like a cycle, and if the user keeps entering pin that's not consistent of 6 digit, and the cycle is not going to over, right? It's going to keep going over and over again. Every single time the user enters the pin that's not consistent with 6 digit, and the system is going to go back to these functions again to forget pin and ask the user. It's going to be like endless cycle, right? It's going to be like endless cycle. However, though, if the user enters the right pin, I meant his new pin is consistent with the with 6 digit, or in other words, it meets the requirement of the system, then there will be a message here saying the new pin has been reset. Forget the quotation mark, unfortunately. The new pin has been maybe stored. Has been stored. Alright, has been stored. Please log in. Alright, so simply just letting them know that let's log in. So this message simply letting the user know that actually your new pin has been stored in our system, has been stored in our database, and now it feel free to log in, right? And at the end, we're also going to need to set the variable pin equals to recover pin. So what this code does, what this line of code does, simply just to reassign a value to a variable pin. So now the variable pin is equal to recover pin or the new pin. So in other words, the system um, reassign a value to the variable pin. So now the new pin has been stored as his pin, right? And notice that if you see up here, you declare variable pin up here on designing functions, and we are able to access pin even outside of these functions, and you see there's no problems going on here. That's because we declare this variable using global. It means that we're telling, hey, actually we want to be able to access this variable even outside of these functions, and that's why we have no problem at all accessing this variable even outside of sign-in functions. In fact, we are accessing this variable in forget pin, and we haven't even declared it anywhere in these functions, right? And we don't see any problems. That's cool. That's good thing here. All right, and what we need to do next is to call function login, but unfortunately we haven't created this function yet, so we're not gonna do it now. Instead, we're just going to test our functions, right? So we're gonna save it and we're gonna test our functions. Hopefully it works, and let's do it. So terminal run, not terminal, run without debugging. All right, so let's test with the first scenario where your function, where your pin is consistent with 6 digits. So GHKOPY. This is just like very random pin, I guess. All right, so oops, I haven't run the functions yet. I apologize. I'm gonna clear this mess and redo it again. So run without the. Oh, actually, I forgot to call the functions down here. So we need to call the functions because we want to test it, right? And let's give us space here, and don't forget to save the file before running the functions. And let's run the functions here. Run without debugging. All right, so please create your new 6-digit pins, KOPUYT. The new pin has been stored. Please log in. Okay, so since the pin that I entered, the new pin that I entered was consistent with 6 digits, then now I'm able to log in. But let's test the other scenario where you're entering pin that's not consistent with 6 digits and see what's gonna happen, right? So let's run the code again here. Let's only enter pin that's consistent with 2 digits, KO. See, the pin has to be in 6 digit. Okay, so the system is telling me, hey, the pin has to be in 6 digit, therefore you need to re-enter the pin again. Let's say KOI. Again, it's going to be like endless cycle, right? It's going to be very like endless cycle until the user, until myself, enter a pin that's consistent with only 6 digits. So JKOP UG. That's it, right? So that's how it works. So I'm just gonna clear this mess, and I'm gonna see you in the next video where we're going to create the functions for calculating deposit interest rate. Okay. So yeah, I'll see you there. Before that, I'm just gonna delete this because we don't do testing anymore, and I'm gonna save the file. Make sure everything here has been saved, and we're good to go. All right, I'll see you guys in the next video. What's up, guys? Welcome back to the course. In this video, we're going to learn basic economics, and reason why, because in the next video we're going to create the functions, right? We're going to code the functions that is going to be based on this formula, continuously compounded interest, right? So it's very important for us to make sure that we understand the basic concept of compound interest before implementing our knowledge into code, right? So before coding, before creating the functions, very important to make sure you understand this basic economic concept first, right? So let me explain. Don't worry if you haven't heard this before, you haven't seen this before, don't worry, right? So continuously compound interest, the formula is A equals B E, which is exponent, raised to the power of RT. So A is the amount of future value. So this is the future value of your investment, and P, principal, this represents initial value. So it's the amount of money that you deposit first, the amount of money that you are going to invest. Or represents interest rate. So usually bank gives you interest rate for keeping your money there, and every bank obviously has different interest rate. And T is the time that you choose to keep your money there, the time that you choose to um, invest your money, right? So let's start with example here. Before that, if you're not familiar with E is approximately 2.71, right? So this is approximation of E exponent, and let's do a case study here, right? So for example, myself, I just registered to this bank. I get a profit from my affiliate marketing business, and I made around 1,000K. Oh, sorry, not 1,000K, $1,000 or 1K. I made 1K. I made 1K as my profit, and I want to use this money for my investment, right? And after registering to the bank, then I'm gonna ask the bank, hey bank, I want to invest $1,000. What's your best interest rate, right? And the bank said, oh, thank you for choosing us. I'm gonna give you, let's say, 3.8%. This is going to be our annual interest rate. Okay, so this is the interest rate given by the bank, and I said, all right, thanks bank, thanks for giving me 3.8%. It looks great. So what else do I need to do? And the bank replied back to me, hey Chris, okay, so since the interest rate is 3.8%, the last information we need from you, how many years you want to keep your money here, right? So let's say I want to keep my money for 6 years. Okay, 6 years. Really sorry once again if my handwriting seems to be a mess here. Okay, so now the bank's already got informations, right? So I want to deposit $1,000. The interest rate given by the bank is 3.8%, and how long do I want to keep my money here? How long do I want to invest my money? 6 years. Okay, cool. So now let's do the calculations, right? Let's do the calculations. Obviously, I'm not gonna do it manually. I'm just gonna write down the formula and then, plug in all the numbers to the formula, and I'm gonna use symbol up. Symbol up is gonna help me to do the calculations. So if we want to calculate the future value, this is the future value of my investment. So after spending 6 years, after keeping my money for 6 years with interest rate of 3.8%, with initial investment of $1,000, how much money can I expect to make, right? So so P in this case, it's going to be $1,000. Then you multiply that by E exponents. This is 2.71. So if you're curious, like how did I know E is equal to 2.71? Just go to Google Calculator here, and then yeah, just click on this E, and then it will give you like the decimals, 2.71, right? So here we go. Then you raise that to the power of RT, so you multiply R by T. So again, this is 3.8%, still in percentage. You need to convert it to decimal first, so you divide this by 100, so you got 0.038. all right, so you got 0.038. You multiply that by 6, because I want to keep my money here for 6 years at least. All right, so here we go. Then what's gonna be the future value, like how much money is going to be on my bank account after investing for 6 years? Okay, so let's calculate it. So 1,000, you multiply that by E exponents, raised to the power of RT. So you multiply R is going to be 0.038 because the annual interest rate is 3.8%. Don't forget to multiply that by 6 because I want to spend 6 years. I want to keep my money for 6 years here. So here we go. Okay, so now my investment is, after keeping my money 6 years, so now I got $1,256. This is just an example, right, guys? Or in other words, I gain $256 as my profit. This is my profit. So after investing $1,000 with annual interest rate of 3.8% and keeping my money there for 6 years, then after 6 years, my investment worth $1,000 and 256. So that's the concept. Make sure you understand this basic concept, very basic economic concepts, and pay very close attentions. Because in the next video we're going to build a function based on this formula, right? So having a good understanding of this formula will make your life easier when it comes to coding, because you're just implementing things that you already knew, implementing things that you already master on code. So yeah, so that's how you did the calculations for continuously compound interest. We're going to create a functions based on this formula next video. So I'll see you guys in the next one. What's up, guys? Welcome back to the course. In this video, we're going to build the actual compound interest function to calculate the future investment value from our customer. So in the previous video we learned about the basics of compound interest. I taught you how to calculate compound interest, and now let's implement knowledge that we had to the code. So let's build a function based on this formula, right? So here we go. Let's name the function first. So deposit interest. Name the functions with whatever name you want to have, with whatever name you want to name. Just make sure you're consistent. And in this case, we're going to have 3 different parameters, right? P, R, and T. So just in case if you are not sure why I include these 3 parameters, remember that in this formula we have P, R, and T, right? So we're gonna have like 3 different parameters. P represent principal or initial value, or represents annual interest rate, and T represent times, the amount of time the investor want to keep their money on the bank. So let's make a comment here just to make sure our code is readable, and even people who didn't understand coding can still at least know what's going on here. So let's give like additional, let's say, documentations, right? So let's just write down the formula. So this is the formula: A equals P E, maybe it should be uppercase E, raised to the power of RT, which is the formula for calculating the compound interest rate, the compound interest. Okay, here we go. So now let's create 3 different variables here, because remember that we have these 3 parameters, P, R, T. Those 3 are like parameters, those 3 are actually like the parameters passed to this function. So let's declare P equals float P. And reason why I'm doing this is because I want to make sure that the P has to be in float, right? Because we're going to perform calculations for calculating A, which is the future value of our investment. So we're going to make sure that P, R, and T, those 3 variables have to be in float. We're gonna do the exact same thing with R, float, and also do the same thing for T. So we're just simply making sure that those 3 are in string. Those 3 are in float. And let's do the calculations. Calculation, right? So what's gonna be the calculation? A equals, we declare variable A, so A represents what? A represents the um, future value of our investment. So you multiply it by P, right? So this is P. Oh, actually, before getting this var, let's define E first, right? So what's gonna be E? E is going to be exponent, right? Remember that up here we already imported math, so we don't need to import math again, so we just use it. And exponent here is the attribute to math in Python library, and it represents 2.7. And again, it has a parenthesis, and it takes one parameter, and that parameter is the power. So let's say, for example, you want to raise e to the power of 5, then you put 5 here. But since we want to raise exponent to the power of RT, so let's do the calculation for RT first. So RT is equals R, you multiplied it by T, and now you just need to put RT as the parameter. So actually what you're doing here is raise e to the power of RT. Okay, so now all we need to do is just multiply P by E. Reason why we don't multiply it, or the reason why we don't raise e to the power of RT, because we already did it up here. So let's return A, because we want the function to return A. We want the function to return the future value of investment, of your investment. Okay, so here we go. So now it's the time for us to check if the function works correctly. Let's do the testing here. Let's say print deposit interest, and let's use the same exact number that we used here. So I'm gonna go with $1,000, which is the initial deposit, and 3.8% the interest rate, and T is time. So we want to invest for 6 years, right? So let's in here, and again 3.8%. if you convert that to decimal, it's going to be 0.038, and don't forget to add 6 here. And before running the code, we need to save the file first, and now it's the time for us to run the code. And see, we got the same exact number, right? 1,256. If you check it here, it's also 1,256, and if you check it here too, it's 1,256, which means that we did the calculation correctly, and our code works as the way is supposed to work, right? The code works the way it's supposed to work. So all right, so I'm going to clear the terminal so it doesn't look like a mess, and I'm gonna delete this because we don't do the testing anymore. I'm just gonna save and resave it again just to be safe. And next video we're gonna create a login function. So I'll see you in the next video, guys. What's up, guys? Welcome back to the course. In this video we're going to build login function. So it's actually going to be a pretty long video, so make sure that you have a cup of tea or a cup of coffee at very least to make you stay awake, I guess. It's gonna be a very long video. Again, not gonna be like an hour video, obviously. It's just going to be longer, relatively longer than other videos. So yeah, make sure you pay attention, pay very close attention, because this is going to be the most crucial part of the code, the most crucial part of this project, right? We're going to build like the backbone structure of this application. So let's create login functions here. I'm declaring functions login. It doesn't need to have any parameter. I'm just gonna open and close parentheses here and semicolon here, and let's get the input from the user, right? Name 1. Okay, so make sure that you know like what this variable represents. So name 1 represents the username. So yeah, maybe we just make a comment here first. Make 1 represents, did I spell it right? Represents username, and gonna do pin 1 too. Pin 1 represent user pin. And the reason why I decided not to use the same exact variable here, because these are variables that we use for sign in, and this is variables that we're going to use to log in. And actually, if you use the same exact variables that you declare up there in the sign in functions, you're automatically replacing their values with whatever the user entered, and it's dangerous, right? Because if the user actually entered a wrong password, a wrong pin, or wrong username, and if the system automatically um, just accept those username and password even though it's wrong, and you just reassign those value um, to the old variable, then even the username entered the wrong password and the wrong username, they're still going to be able to log in, and that's very dangerous. That's the reason why we create like two different variables here. So we're going to create a conditional statement to basically do a check, right? We need to check whether the entered username or the entered password or pin match with the one that we stored in our database, right? So let's do it. Here we go. Name one. As usual, we're gonna get the input from the user, and reason why I put str here, because we need to make sure that whatever being inputted, whatever being entered by the user has to be in string, right? So enter your username, please enter your username here. Oops. All right, here we go. And the next one, pin one, str input please enter your pin. There we go. And we're going to do the check. All right, so we're going to create a conditional statements. Basically we need to check, right? We need to check if the name and pin actually match with the one stored on the database. Alright, so just write it down like this. Check if the name and pin match. Alright, so if they don't match, or just either one of them doesn't match with the one that is stored in our database, then the user will not be able to log in. Okay, so let's create the conditional statement here. If name one equals, alright, so we created conditions where the name one, the username being entered by the user, has to be exactly the same with the name here. The name that's the username that is being stored in our database up here. And again, since we declared this variable to be a global, so we're able to access this variable even outside of the sign-in function. So and these are conditions that needs to be met. Pin one equals has to be exactly the same with pin, right? If that's the case, then we're just going to welcome them. Welcome to the online banking system, or maybe online banking applications. Here we go. Oops, I made a mistake somewhere here. I'm gonna give a space right here and name, right? So we're going to display this statement: welcome to the online banking applications, whoever the name of our customer is. For example, I'm the one that's logged in, so welcome to the online banking application Chris, because Chris is my name, or my username in this case. And the next one, we're going to display a message saying please choose the menu down here. All right. Maybe we don't need that. So yeah, that's what the user are going to see if the username and pin match with the one that's stored in the database. However, what if they don't actually match, right? So just do else statement here, and And what's the code going to do if it didn't match? If it didn't match, then if they didn't match, if either one of them didn't match, then the system is going to display a message like this: your maybe either of your username or pin is wrong, right? Then the application is going to ask you, did you create your account? So basically what it did is to make sure that actually you came here to the login menu and you entered the wrong password or the wrong username. Did you already create your account? If you already created your account, then you need to re-enter your correct password or correct username. But if you actually haven't created your account yet, then you will be sent to sign in function, right? So let's create a list of options here. Let's call list 1. It's going to be like this. So the list is going to be filled with two different strings. So 1 is yes, so 1 represent yes and 2 represent no. Okay, so if the answer to this question is yes, he or she already created his or her account, then do this. And that's the exact opposite. If the answer to this question is actually no, he hasn't created his account yet, then do something else, right? So let's iterate through this loop first for I in list 1. Again, if you're not familiar with for and while loop and stuff like that, please go back to the Python warm-up session, basic Python warm-up sessions. In that sections, I teach you how to create for loop and while loop and conditional statements. So make sure you have good basics in those area first before coming here. All right. So print I. So we're actually iterating through this loop. All right. So yeah, here we go. And again, after getting these options, yes or no, then the user is going to need to enter his or her answer, right? So we're gonna get the input from the user. Input, just write down like inp. It stands for input integer. Again, because the options given to them are either 1 or 2. It's either 1 or 2. So we're gonna make sure that the data type has to be integer, right? So the data type has to be integer. So there's a reason why we have int here and input. Enter your choice below. Okay, so here we go. Enter your choice below. And let's create a conditional statement here. If the input from the user is equals to 1, so if the user choose to go with 1, what it means? It means the answer is yes to the equation, right? So it means that he already created his account, right? So let's give him another options here. These two. 1. Do you want to attempt to log in again? Or the second option would be you forgot your PIN, right? Or you forgot your password, stuff like that. This is going to be the second options right here. You forgot your PIN. All right. So after answering the questions up here, hey, actually I already created my account. Okay, cool. You already created your account, so you're gonna be given the options here. Either you want to one, you want to attempt to log into your account again, so it means that you're going to be given another chance to log into your account, enter the right username and the right pin, or maybe you forgot your pin. So I'm gonna send you to the forgot pin section, right? So we're going to iterate this list. So for e in list 2, print e this. All right. So we're gonna get the answer from the user. So what's gonna be the answer? Make sure the answer is in string. So input, please enter your choice, right? So the user needs to choose to go with 1 or 2. If he actually wants to attempt to login, then choose 1. If he doesn't want to attempt to login, actually he forgets his password, then choose 2, right? And make sure that we convert this to string. Reason why, because the option is either 1 or 2, and it has to be in string. It has to be in integer. That's the reason why we need to convert it from string to integer. So the answer, all right? So now the answer variable has been converted to integer. It's no longer a string. Instead, now it's in integer. All right, so let's create a conditional statement here. If the answer is equals to 1, what it means if the answer is equal to 1? It means that the user actually wants to attempt to login, right? So we just recall the function login here. So we're gonna send him or her back to the login session, and let's see, elif. Just in case if you guys are not familiar, if you want to create another options in if else statement, you go with elif. All right. The answer is actually equals to 2. Then we recall forgot pin functions. So we're gonna send the user back to the forgot pin session. However, if the informations or the data being entered by the user is neither 1 nor 2, then we're gonna give an error message here. So we're gonna go with option is not available, right? Because you're only given like 2 different options, 1 or 2, but if you choose 3, then we're just gonna let you know that, hey dude, option is not available. Here we go. And we're gonna send him back to login session. Okay, so that's what we're gonna do. If he actually put like random number instead of 1 or 2, he put, let's say, 5, and 5 is not the options, right? So we're just gonna send him back. Maybe he mistyped it or something like that. So yeah, now we're done with this. All right, we're done. And what are we going to do next, right? So we're actually going to create a logics if the answer is no, right? So we were left with this. Let's create elif here. It's not here, it's supposed to be here, right? So we're done with this. We're done with this, guys. So now this elif is no longer part of this if else statement. The elif, it's the continuations of this part. So let's go back here. So these logics, these lines of codes are intended for if the answer is yes. But from now on, we're going to create another logics if the answer to this question is no, right? So elif enp equals 2. Okay, so we're actually creating logics if the answer is no, right? So it means that the user has not created his account yet. Okay, then we're gonna display message here. Please create your account first. All right, just doesn't make any sense, dude. If he hasn't created his account, then he needs to make his account first before being able to log in, right? And we're just gonna send him directly to sign in function, so he can sign in there, right? Now our job is not done yet. We're still going to need to go back up here and do something else, right? So up here we were left with this part. Print, choose the menu down here. We haven't created the menu yet, so let's create the menu, right? So list menu, right? Let's name it that way. So what's gonna be the menu, right? So the first one, we want the user to be able to calculate deposit. Yeah, deposit, right? The first one is going to be deposit. So we're giving the user options to deposit his money. All right, and the next one here, the user is also going to be able to withdraw his money. So withdraw. And the third options, the user also going to be able to transfer his money. And the next one here, oops, it's supposed to be right here. The fourth options, the user is going to be able to check his balance, and the next one, which is options number 5, the user is going to be able to deposit interest, right? And the last options here, the user is going to be able to calculate compound interest. Okay, so it's gonna have something to do with the functions that we created in the previous video. So if you're curious like when we're going to use it, please be patient. We're gonna get there in the next couple of videos. All right, guys. Compound interest, right? Compound interest. All right, so I think we're done. Just save the file. All right, just save the file. And unfortunately in this video we're not gonna be able to do testing. And if you're asking me like the reason why we're not able to do testing, because the functions login is not complete, right? So there's still lots of things that we need to work with these functions. So we're going to create a logics for deposit, logics for withdraw, logics for transfer, and what's up guys, welcome back to the course. In this video we're going to create our first menu here, which is deposit. So we're going to create a system which enables the user to deposit his money. All right, so let's start. Actually in the last video I forgot to iterate the loop, so let's create a for loop here for, let's say, B in list menu. We're going to iterate that, so I'm going to print B here and gonna let the user choose, right? So choose equals integer again, because all these options provided here are in numbers, so make sure that the data type has to be integer to provide to avoid any error. So input So the message is going to be displayed here. Please enter the number provided above. Please enter the number of your choice. Okay, so how it works. So for example, me, I was given like these 6 options. For example, I want to transfer money to my brother's account. Then I'm just gonna go with 3, right? Because 3 represent transfer, right? So then that's it. Before moving any further, let create another variable here, d equals 0. We just need to initialize these 3 variables. I'm gonna explain it to you later, so don't worry about it too much. W equals 0. Everything has to be equal 0, and current balance equals 0, right? So D in this case represents what? Represents deposit, right? So this D represents the amount of money that we put in, the amount of money that we deposit to our account, and W represents what? Represents the amount of money that we withdraw, the amount of money that we take from our bank account, right? Represents withdraw. I don't really like to have variables so long, so I'm just gonna use this as, you know, good examples to have like a short variables. But as long as you're consistent and you know like what these variables stand for, then you'll be fine. CB represents current balance, right? Here we go. All right, so now that we've initialized these 3 variables, then we're good to go. So let's create conditional statement, if else statement. So first of all, if the options 1 being chosen by the user, what's gonna happen, right? It means the user wants to deposit its money. That's pretty obvious, right? So D equals, again, we need to make sure that D has to be in either integer or float, because obviously it cannot be string, because the user is going to, you know, enter his amount of money that he wants to deposit here. So make sure that it has to be in integer, right? If it's in string, then you're not going to be able to perform calculations if the data type is still a string. That's why you need to convert it to integer first. So what's going to be the message here? Enter the amount of your deposit. So we're simply just asking the user how much money that you want to deposit here. And obviously we need to reassign the value of current balance to D, right? So that makes sense, right? So let me explain it to you here using a whiteboard. So let's say this is our database, right? This is our database, and then initially D is equals to 0, and the CB also equals to 0, right? Alright, so now the first transaction is coming. I just log into my applications, and I want to deposit, let's say I want to deposit $3,000 or 3K, right? So I deposit $3,000. So now by system, automatically the current balance has to be $3,000. That's the reason why we set current balance equals to the amount of money that I just deposited, which is this $3,000. Hopefully that makes sense. Let's go back to the VS Code. Here we were left with this, right? We were left with that. And then let's print a confirmations message here, just to let the user know that they have deposited $3,000. They have deposited. Let's write down like this: your current balance is we're gonna give space, and we're going to print his current balance. And remember that when you use print, you need to make sure you convert that data type from integer or float to string, because if you print it on integer, then it's just not gonna work. In most cases, gonna give you an error. That's the reason why you need to convert the data type of CB to string first before printing that statement. All right, so, and maybe you want to add something else here. It's totally up to you guys, totally up to you, right? Totally up to you. Maybe you want to add something else. Thank you for your deposit, or maybe it's not necessary. I'm just adding something that's not very important, I guess. So yeah, that's all you need to know about deposit, how to reassign value to current balance with a deposit variable here. So you set CB equals D because you want to make sure that current balance now is equals to the amount of money that's being deposited to his or her account. And after setting that value, you just let him know that actually your current balance is this is the exact same amount of money that you deposited. Okay, so yeah, I think we're done with deposit. Gonna see you in the next video. In the next video, we're gonna create logics for withdraw. Okay, so let's see you in the next video, guys. What's up, guys? Welcome back to the course. In this video, we're going to create the logics for withdrawing money. As in the previous video, we created logics for deposit money, and now let's create the logic for withdrawing money withdrawal. Okay, so if the user choose option 2, it means that he or she wants to withdraw his money, right? So let's create another conditional statement here. If choose equals 2, we're going to ask them. Make sure that it's supposed to be in integer, because the user is going to enter a number, not a word or sentence input. So the message you're going to display here is enter the amount of money that you want to withdraw. I don't know if that's too long, but enter the amount of money that you want to withdraw. Yeah, I think that's completely fine. And now we need to check. This is kind of the same thing that I explained in the basic Python warm-up session. We need to make sure that the bank is not losing the money. We need to make sure to check. All right. So what important thing that we need to check here? We need to make sure that the amount of money that he or she wants to withdraw has to be at very least equal or less to his current balance. Because otherwise, if he actually withdraws the money that's more than his current balance, it means that he's going to withdraw the money that he doesn't even have in the first place. So he's actually like stealing the bank's money, and we don't want that to happen. We want to prevent that from happening, right? So we need to do an additional conditional statement here to check. So if W withdraw is greater than CB, so if the withdrawal money, the money that he wants to withdraw is greater than current balance, we need to print just display statement here. Your current balance is not sufficient, right, for this transaction. Okay, so we're just gonna let them know that, hey, your current balance is not sufficient for these transactions, right? And we're just going to return them back to the login functions. We're just gonna send them back to the login functions. However, if the withdrawal money, with the money that they want to withdraw, the money that the user wants to withdraw is actually equal or less than the current balance, then we're just going to approve the transactions, right? So we're just going to approve the transactions. CB equals D minus W. So don't worry guys, I'm going to explain it to you, the logics behind the code in the whiteboard after finishing this code, so don't worry. And we're just going to display a statement here, print str. Again, as I mentioned previously in the previous video, when you print a variable, previously it was in either integer or float, you need to convert it to string, because if you didn't convert it to string, then Python will give you an error for printing integer or float. So strw, let's give a space right here, has been withdrawn from your account. So we're just yeah, we're simply just letting them know that, hey, $100 has been withdrawn from your account, and here is your current balance, and your current balance is CB, right? Yeah, so for example, in the current balance, he has $100 and then he withdrew $50, and then this message simply just going to show him like, hey, $50 has been withdrawn from your account and your current balance now is $50. That's it. All right, so if you're a little bit confused, like the logic behind this, let me explain it to you. Don't worry about it. Let's go to the whiteboard here and gonna explain it to you. Right, so just gonna refresh this. So we have a clear whiteboard here, so let's open up the VS Code really quick here to make sure things that we're going to discuss in the whiteboard. All right, here we go. This time I'm just going to use blue as my color. Actually, blue is my favorite color, so yeah, I'm gonna go with blue this time. So let's see, withdraw. So actually, I'm the user of the applications and I want to withdraw, let's say, $175. This is the amount of money that I want to withdraw, right? And the code is going to check first if the amount of money that I want to withdraw is greater than 175, right? I'm sorry, let me repeat it once again. If the amount of money that I want to withdraw is greater than my current balance, so let's check if the amount of money that I want to withdraw is greater than my current balance. So let's say my current balance is only $150. So yeah, if so $175, which is my current balance, which is my withdraw money that I want to withdraw is greater than $150, which is my current balance, then the transaction is going to be cancelled. And the reason why the transaction is going to be cancelled, because I don't even have this money in the first place, right? So that the transaction was cancelled due to insufficient amount of balance that I have in my account, right? However, if that's not the case, if let's say I have $200 in my current balance, and I check, okay, $175 is actually less than $200, right? Then the bank is going to approve the transactions. And now it's going to display a message to me that says you have withdrawn $175, and now your current balance is going to be your current balance subtract by the amount of money that you withdraw. So your current balance previously was $200 and you've just withdrawn $175, so you just subtract 200 by 175, it's going to be $25, right? So this is the amount of money that you withdraw, and you have $25 left on your bank account. So that's the logics behind it. um, actually doesn't really matter in this case when I put D instead of CB, but if you put CB, it's gonna work the same way because CB it's equal to D, right? CB's current balance is equal to deposit. So when you withdraw the money, your current balance is um, going to be the amount of money that you deposit minus the amount of money that you withdraw. Or actually, just to be consistent, I'm just going to change this into like this: CB equals D minus subtract by W, which means that CB current balance is equals to 200, the amount of money that I deposit, subtract by the amount of money that I withdrew. So now I only have $25 left on my bank account, right? Since I already withdrew I already withdrew $175 from my $200 deposit. So yeah, I'll see you in the next video, guys. Next video we're gonna create logics for transferring money to another bank account. So yeah, I'll see you guys there. What's up, guys? Welcome back to the course. In this video we're going to create a logic for transferring users money to another bank account, right? So let's create another conditional statement here. Elif choose equals 3. So if the user chose to go with option 3, it means that the user wants to do what? So it means that he or she wants to transfer his money, right? So first of all, we need to ask the user to input the destinations of the money receiver, right? So for example, for example, myself, I want to transfer money to my mom's account. So I'm gonna need to enter the account number of my receiver, which is my mom, right? So my mom's bank account number. So make sure it's a string, str input. What's going to be the message going to be displayed here? Please enter the account number of your destination, or in other words, receiver destination. And again, I'm not really sure about this actually, but if I'm not mistaken, there has been a standard like all bank accounts are only consistent with like 8 digits, if I'm not mistaken, right? So yeah, just make sure that the user doesn't mistype or anything like that. We need to make sure that the account number of the receiver has to be in 8 digits. 8 digits. So first thing that we need to do is to simply check if the length of the accounts numbers of the receiver is consisted of 8 digits, right? So and this has to be equals to 8, like this. If that's right, then we're going to ask the user, hey, what's going to be the amount of money that you want to transfer, right? So let's write it down like this. Please enter the amount of money that you want to transfer, like this, right? And again, we need to do the check, kind of the exact same thing like what we did in the previous video. We need to check if the amount of money that he wants to transfer, and it needs to be at very least equals or less than the current balance. Because if he actually wants to transfer money that's more than his current balance, then he's actually stealing bank's money, right? Because his current balance is not sufficient for this transaction. So if amount is greater than CB, is greater than his current balance, right, then we're just going to print a message here, your current balance. Or maybe we're just going to copy and paste the exact same message. It's gonna be the same idea, I guess. But like this. Yep. However, if his if the amount of money that he wants to transfer is actually equal or less than the current balance, then we're going to approve the transaction. So the current balance now is going to be the amount of the money that he deposited, subtract by the amount of money that he wants to transfer, right? So for example, he deposited $100 and he wants to transfer, let's say, $10, and now his current balance is $90. 100 subtract by 10, right? So yeah, that's going to be the amount of money left. Yep. Like this. Here we go. And we're going to print the transaction of, let's give a space here so it doesn't look messy. Transactions of this amount has been transferred to, let's give another space right here, it's going to be the destination's account number, and we're also going to display his or her current balance, your current balance. I know it's too long, guys, but I think it's necessary to include this word. So SD or CB, right? Alright, so I'm just gonna save this and see if there's any problem right here. SB, yeah, I think I mistyped it somewhere. It should be CB, not SB, current balance. Yeah, here we go. Unfortunately, I mistyped it. Just gonna fix it first because I don't want to see an error here. It's really uncomfortable seeing error here. So I'm just gonna fix it now. Okay, so now it's being fixed. There's no error any longer. So let's continue. Don't worry, guys, if you're not sure like what's going on here, let me explain it to you in a bit. So let's go back to the whiteboard and let me explain to you what's going on here in this code, right? So let's see, this is the amount of money that you want to withdraw, $700. This is the amount of money that you want to withdraw. So first we need to check if the amount of let's say the current balance is $1,000, right? Let's say we want to withdraw $700 and the current balance is $1,000, so it means $700 is less than $1,000. Then the transaction is going to be approved, and now the amount of money that we have left in our bank account is $300. Makes sense, right? However, though, if we want to withdraw $1,700, $1,700, then the conditional statement down here will check. All right. As a matter of fact, $1,700 is actually more than $1,000. So the amount of money that we want to withdraw here in this case is actually more than the amount of money that we have in our bank account. So the transaction is going to be canceled and we're going to be sent back to the login menu, right? So that's what's gonna happen. All right, guys, I totally get it. It might make you a little bit confused. It might make you a little bit not comfortable, or you don't feel confident with your Python skills. That's completely fine. At first when I did this, I also had that kind of anxiety, seeing these long codes and pretty complex and advanced stuff here. Don't worry about it too much. You're gonna get better as the more you practice, the more you code, the more projects you're involved, and you will be more confident with your skills and your knowledge in Python. So I'll see you in the next one. Next one, um, we're gonna create logics for checking the balance, right? So I'll see you in the next video. What's up, guys? Welcome back to the course. It's just a very short video here. Quick corrections on option number 3. So option number 3, for transfer options here, I forgot to add something. Unfortunately, really apologize. So first, we forgot to add else here, because see, in this conditional statement, we measure the length of the destination's account number, so it needs to be consisted of 8 digits. If it is consisted of 8 digits, then do this. However, if it is not consistent with 8 digits, so for example the account number being entered by the user is, let's say, 10 digits, then we forgot to add else statement down here. So let me do it really quick. So it's going to be right here, else print the transaction has been rejected since the destination account number is invalid. I guess that's the statement that we want to be displayed to our user, and then the user is going to be sent back to the login functions. And that's the first thing. And there's another thing right here that we also need to fix, not actually fixing it, because we only need to add something to it. So if we go up here, if you read this code, if amount is greater than current balance, right, then it will print your current balance is not sufficient for these transactions. However, after that, we need to add something else down here, because we need to make sure that the user is going to be sent to the right place. So we're going to send him back to login menu right here. Don't forget to save the file. Yeah, that's it. That's all you need to add for option 3. Really apologize, I kind of forgot to add those things in the previous video. I'll see you in the next one. What's up, guys? Welcome back to the course. In this video, we're going to create logic for checking balance. I promise you it's going to be a very short video, because we're simply just checking the balance. We are not going to perform any mathematical operations. We're not going to do any calculations here. So yeah, create elif statement here. Elif choose 4. So if the user, we're just gonna fix it really quick here. All right, so here we go. Yeah, so let's do it. Elif so elif choose equals to 4. It means if the user choose to go with 4, right, what's gonna happen? So if the user choose to go with 4, it means the user wants to check his balance, right? Check his or her balance. So we're simply just going to print his balance here. Print the transaction. No, your current balance is we're just gonna give a space here and strcb, right? Not SB, CB. All right, that's it. That's all we need to do, right? So save it. Don't forget to save our file. So simply just displaying the current balance that he has. For example, he has current balance of $2,000. So if he chose to go with option 4, it means that he just simply want to check his current balance, and we're just gonna print his current balance. This statement: your current balance is $2,000, for example, right? Right. Next one, we're gonna create the logic for interest rate deposit. So I'll see you there. Alright, what's up guys, welcome back to the course. In this video we're going to create logics for checking the deposit interest rate. So again, this is a little bit subjective. There is no like standards for interest rate because every bank has different policy when it comes to interest rate, but assume this is our own bank, so we are the one that get to decide the policy for interest rate. Okay, so let's say I'm the bank executive, right? I'm having a meeting with software engineers and product managers, and they're currently developing a software, developing a mobile applications, and they're asking me, hey, what's going to be the deposit rate? Okay, so let's open up our whiteboard here. I'm gonna clear this first, gonna reload, and right, so me as an executive, I'm telling you that if the amount of money deposited by the user is greater than $50,000, right? So if the money deposit is greater than $50,000, then this bank is going to give you 3% annual interest rate. So this is going to be the interest rate. However, if you have your money deposited greater than $30,000 but still less than $50,000, right? Then the amount of not the amount, the interest rate, the annual interest rate that you're going to get is 2%. However, if your money that you deposit is actually less than $30,000, if your money is less than $30,000, this is just a policy, just an example, right? This is not like the common practice in the banking. I haven't even had the job in the banking field, so I have no idea like how's the policies there. They have their own calculations, and the calculation obviously is way more complex than this. It's going to involve lots of banking analysts and financial analysts, stuff like that. So this is just like very basics, random guess, I guess. So if the amount of money that you deposit is less than $30,000, then your annual interest rate is just going to be 1.5%, right? And I think it makes sense, right? Because the more money being deposited into the bank, actually the bank is more profitable. The bank generally is more happy. The bank is generally more satisfied if the customers come to their bank and deposit like the more money, right? So obviously they're going to appreciate you more if you deposit like 50K or maybe 100,000K, 50, 100K or stuff like that. And by showing his appreciation to the customer, usually the bank generally more willing to give higher interest rate when it comes to investment. So yeah, let's implement all these things to code, right? So after having the meeting with the executive, let's say I'm the engineer, this is the time to write the code. Okay, so let's create another statement here. Elif choose equals 5. What it means if the user choose 5, it means the user wants to check his deposit interest rate. So let's write it down. If D represent deposit, just in case if you don't remember, if D is greater than 50,000, so if the amount of money that's being deposited is greater than $50,000, then the rate is going to be 3, right? That's going to be the initial annual percentage rates, Elif. If D is greater than 30,000, then the rate it's going to be 2% as the annual interest rate, and else Okay, so if the money is deposit there is less than $30,000, then the annual interest rate is going to be 1.5%, right? So that's the rules from the bank. So we got the numbers after having the meeting with the executive previously, and now let's just print the message here. So your current balance, your current deposit interest rate is, let's give a space so it doesn't look messy. STR, always remember we need to convert it to string before printing, right? And it's going to be in percent, right? All right, so here we go. I think that's all. Just gonna save it, and the next one we're going to actually do the calculations for the compound interest rate. Okay, and the interest rate, the annual interest rate that we're going to use is going to be based on these regulations, going to be based on this bank policy, right? So for example, I deposit $36,000 is definitely less than $50,000, but it's still above $30,000. So my interest rate for my investment is going to be 2%. This is the annual interest rate the bank gave to me, right? So we'll get to more detail in next one. What's up guys, welcome back to the course. In this video we're going to create logics for the last options, which is calculating the compound interest rate. So let's begin with creating the elif statement here. Elif choose equal to 6. So what it means, if the user choose option 6, it means that the user wants to calculate the compound interest, right? So let's do it. So the first thing that we actually need to do is to provide the user with options, right? The first thing we need to do is to provide them with options. So let's say list option. Again, I name this randomly. Just feel free to name whatever you want. As long as you're consistent with the naming, you should find no problem, right? First, we're going to give an option here. Option number 1, calculate your deposit compound interest based on your current balance, based on your CB, right? Current balance. And another options here, you can calculate your deposit compound interest. Just gonna copy and paste this. Really like a lazy guy here. I don't really like to just rewrite it again and again. So just gonna copy and paste your compound interest based on your input, deposit input. Okay, so if you're a little bit confused here, don't worry, I'm gonna explain it to you. So basically we're giving two options to our customers. So the first one, your current balance has been stored in our database. So do you want the system to perform the calculations based on the amount of money that you have based on our database, or maybe you want to do a little bit of experiments or simulations where you input the amount of money that you want to invest, and then based on the amount of money that you input as your simulation number, then we're going to provide you with the output, the data. So yeah, you're given like two different options here. Okay, so let's say the user choose the first options, right? What we're gonna do, but before getting that for, let's iterate this for loop first for n in list options. So we're just going to iterate the options. We're going to print n. Okay, we're going to print n, and then we're going to create a choice here, right? So choice, we're going to give them choice integer. Again, it has to be an integer because the option is either 1 or 2, so we're gonna get the input from the user. So it's going to be asking them, please enter your choice from the options above. Honestly, I forgot to put a quotation mark here, so here we go. So now if the user choose to go with number 1, right? So if the user decided to go with number 1, if choice equals to 1, then what? Then we're going to ask the user how many years, how long you want to invest your money in our bank, how long you want to keep your assets in our bank, right? So let's call it as timing, right? It's probably a little bit weird, but I just love it. So let's do it. str input how many years you want to invest your money. Right, so we're asking them to provide like how many years. Okay, and let's do let's apply the exact same logic here. Okay, so I'm just gonna write down the same exact regulations that we have up here. So if the deposit is greater than 50,000, all right, so if it is greater than 50,000, then the interest rate, the annual interest rate, it's going to be 3 divided by 100, right? So reason why up here we only put it like 3, we only write it down like 3, because we want to display the answer to our user as a percentage, but here we want to actually do the calculations, we want to perform the actual calculations. That's why it's very important for us to convert that number to integer first, right? So yeah, maybe float, right? Because 3 divided by 100 obviously is going to be decimal, it's not going to be a whole number, it's going to be decimal, so it's going to be float. So yeah, we're going to have red x as a decimal, right? So then elif, if the deposit is actually greater than 30,000 but less than 50,000, what will happen, right? Then red x, the annual interest rate is going to be 2%, so we need to convert to decimal as usual. So divide 2 by 100, and else it means that if the amount of money that we deposit is actually less than 30,000, then the annual interest rate is going to be 1.5%, right? So 1.5 divided by 100. All right, so here we go. So now we're just going to print, we're just going to display your current, okay, let me fix the quotation mark really quick, your current balance, and just gonna give a space, timing, this is like how many years, let's say he wants to invest like 7 years, your current balance in 7 years. Just gonna give another space right here. It shouldn't be uppercase, will be so now it's time for us to call in the functions that we created up here, these functions, deposit interest functions, and it has like 3 different parameters, right? So make sure that we input like these 3 parameters, deposit interest. So what is going to be the p, right? P is going to be the current balance, which is deposit, right? And what is going to be the interest rate, or R? It's going to be rate X. So rate X is going to be used in this function up here to calculate the annual interest rate, which is R. And T is going to be the timing, right? That's how long you want to keep your money there. So yeah, it's going to be timing. Here we go. That's it. Let's move on if the user actually chose to go with option 2, right? So I'll leave, not here, supposed to be here. Yep, I'll leave, choice equals 2. So it means if the user chose to go with options 2, it means the user wants to do like a simulations, right? User wants to do experiment, you know, entering the deposit, the amount of deposit that he wants to make, and calculate the future value of his investment based on that amount of money. So again, we're going to ask first the timing. We're gonna ask like how long you want to I guess keep your money there. So input please enter how many years you want to please enter like how many years you want to invest your money. So I'm just gonna like copy and paste exactly the same thing. Yeah, just gonna copy and paste exactly the same sentence up here. So again, kind of lazy, so all right, here we go. So now let's ask the user the amount of money that he or she might wants to deposit, right? So money str input What's up, guys? Welcome back to the course. Actually, there is one more thing that we need to do. Actually, two. There are two things that we need to do. We need to create main menu functions and also exit functions. Okay, so main menu function is going to be the one that organize like all other functions inside these applications. So it's kind of like the main one, the main functions. Where it will make the code to be more structured and more organized. And exit functions, it is definitely an option for user to exit the applications, right? So if we don't have exit functions, then the user will not be able to exit or quit, the application. So that's very important. um, all right, so before getting to that, let me scroll a little bit up here, and then remember that when we did create this forgot pin, we um we were planning to add login functions down here, but at that time we didn't add it because we were kind of afraid if Python is going to give an error. So because we at the time we had not created login function yet. So but now we already created login function, so I'm just gonna add login functions here. So what it simply does, so after the user has reset his password, then it's going to be sent directly to login session. So all right, so let's create our main menu functions. Main menu, there will be no parameter for these functions, and we're going to get an input from the user. So input, choose one to sign in, and choose two to login. Right, so that's the options. So the user is going to be given with two options here, and let's do the conditional statement check. So if option 1 is equals to 1, right, then what it means that the user, reason why the user chose 1, because the user want to sign in. It means that the user has not created the account yet, so we're just going to send the user to the sign in session, right? And I'll leave option 2 sorry, it should be option 1. So if option 1 equals to 2, it means that the user chose option 2, which means that the user wants to log in. And if the user wants to log in, it indicates the user has already created an account, right? So just send the user directly to login session. However, just in case if the user input something else besides 1 and 2, then we're just going to display a statement here that says option is not available. We're just gonna send the user back to main menu like this, right? And let's create the other functions called exit, right? We want to make sure that the user is going to be able to quit the applications, right? So we're just gonna we're just going to create a variable here called answer. We want to get the answer from the user, and str input, do you still want to conduct transaction? So we're asking the user if the user is still going to do the transactions, yes or no, like this, right? So if the answer to that question is yes, right, then if the let me fix this, something wrong I guess, but just gonna see the terminal really quick here. What's wrong with this? 163. Here we go. All right. We're gonna fix it later, I guess. If the answer is yes, then it means that we need to send the user back to the login, all right, session. However, if the answer to that question is no, then we're just gonna print thank you for using this app, right? And else, so just in case, you know, if the user answer or input his answer with neither yes nor no, let's say the user adds something else to it, so just display a message here, option is not available, and we're just gonna send user to, you know, main menu, because we don't know like where he or she actually wants to go, right? So again, let me repeat it again for the third one here, else, just in case if the user input besides yes or no, let's say the user input like random thing, and then we're just gonna send the user back to main menu, right? Right, so now since we already created our exit functions, don't forget to add the exit functions down here. Make sure we got the indent right. So here we go, exit like this, and save our code. Right, here we go. I think that's all. Next video we're going to be doing testing, so I guess it's gonna be fun. We're just gonna make sure that all codes that we wrote here work the way they're supposed to work, right? So I'll see you guys in the next video. What's up, guys? Really apologize here. Quick correction here about the indent and main menu functions. So it's not supposed to be here, it's supposed to be like this. Reason why, because we want to send we actually want to send the user who input answer besides 1 and 2 back to main menu, right? So it should be like this, and also on the bottom we need to add exit plan here, or exit functions. We call the exit functions, and that's it. That's all you need to know. Apologies once again for this mistake, and I'll see you in the next video where we're going to be doing the testing. All right, I'll see you guys. What's up, guys? This is just a very quick video. Just in case if you're wondering like where do I get all these source of codes and where do I get all these documents, I'm actually going to attach like all documents starting from our basic Python warm-up sessions to the online banking app code, this Python code, and also our presentation slide on the Udemy, right? So all you need to do is just go to the resources and then click on it and then download it, okay? So but if you have any difficulties finding those resources, just let me know and I'm going to do my best to help you to find them, okay? So don't worry about these codes, this Python file. I'm going to upload those on Udemy too. So yeah, let me know if you have any concern. What's up, guys? Welcome back to the course. In this video we're going to be conducting testing. So I'm going to make like two different videos for testing. The first video is going to be testing all features. Again, we created like 6 different features, right? Deposit, withdraw, transfer, check balance, deposit interest rate, and calculate compound interest. So the first video, this video, we're going to mainly concentrate on these 6 functionalities. We're going to test each one of them just to make sure they work the way they are supposed to work. And then the second video we're going to test like wrong password, wrong username, wrong pin, or maybe if the pin is not consistent with 6 digit, then what will happen, stuff like that. More like minor stuff, I guess. So let's do it. Again, first thing we need to do is to call main menu functions down here, and don't forget to save our file before running the code. So run without debugging. So yes, here we go. All right, so I'm just gonna go with one because we want to sign in first. We haven't created our account yet. So my username is going to be Chris because that's my name. And please create your 6-digit pins. Going to be 123 123. That's gonna be my pin. Do you still want to conduct transactions? Yes, obviously. Please enter your username again. The username that I entered here has to be exactly the same with the username that I used, that I filled up here. Alright, so also the pin needs to be exactly the same, and please choose the menu down here. I'm gonna go with the first one here, deposit. I'm going to deposit $350, and your current balance is $350. Do you still want to conduct transactions? I'm gonna go with no. Right. Right, so I'm just gonna clear the terminal and rerun it again. So here we go. We want to test the second functionality. I'm gonna go with one. Please create your username. My name is Chris, and your 6-digit pin is 1234556. That's gonna be my pin this time. Gonna go with yes because I want to conduct transactions. Please enter your username. It needs to be exactly the same. Chris 12341234556. That's my pin. And oops, my print is wrong. Well, either of username or pin is wrong. Did you create your account? Yes, I did create my account. Enter your choice below. Do you want to attempt to log in again, or you forgot the pin? Yes, I want to log in again. Username Chris. The pin is going to be 1234556, right? Alright, so here we go. Now I want to test the second one, which is withdraw. Right, so please enter the amount of money that you want to withdraw. Let's say I want to withdraw $500, and your current balance is not sufficient for these transactions. And again, the reason why my current balance is not sufficient for these transactions because I haven't deposited money yet. Because if I haven't deposited money yet, it means that my current balance right now in this case is equivalent to 0. So when I want to withdraw $500, it means that there's no money left in my bank account. So obviously I will not be allowed to withdraw $500. Right? So yeah, please enter your username Chris, my pin 456. I think it's kind of like too long here. Just gonna clear the terminal really quick and rerun it again here. Run without debugging. Now it's time for us to test number 3, right? So Chris 1234556. So now let's test number 3. Right, so transfer. Please enter the account number of your destination in 8 digits. Right, so 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. Here we go. Please enter the amount of money that you want to transfer, $670. Okay, so it's kind of the same thing, kind of like the same case with withdraw, like the previous one that we test. Because right now our current balance is equivalent to 0, so it means that you are not allowed to either withdraw your money or transfer to another account, right? So please enter your username Chris, my pin 1234556 here, and let's check my balance here. Okay, so my balance is 0. Makes sense because I haven't deposited money yet. And do you still want to continue the transaction? I think it's too long, so I'm just gonna close it first, and just gonna close it, and we're gonna test number 5 later. Alright, so choose 1 to sign in or choose 2 to log in. Alright, so I'm just gonna choose 1. Please create your username. My name is Chris. Alright, here we go. Create your 6-digit ones. 123 123. Yes. Do you still want to conduct transactions? Please enter your username. My username is Chris. The pin is 123 123. Here we go. And please choose the menu down here. I want to go with deposit. All right, so your deposit, your current deposit interest rate is 1.5%. Remember that the banking policies, if your deposit is less than $30,000, which in this case, like my current balance is still equivalent to zero, it means that the interest rate is equivalent to 1.5%, right? Yeah, so it makes sense. So just gonna clear this first. All right, so I'm just gonna clear. It's been too long, so let's do it again. For let's do it again for functionality number 6. Let's run without debugging, and yes, here we go. Oops, I made a mistake somewhere here. All right, so I'm just gonna save it. I mistyped it there, and let's do it again. So we run it, run without debugging. Yes, here we go. All right, so I'm gonna go with 1. Username Chris 121212. Here we go. And do you still want to conduct transactions? Yes. Please enter your username. My username is Chris. Please enter your PIN 121212. So I want to calculate my deposit interest rate because I'm curious like what's gonna be my investment worth in next couple years. So please enter your choice from the options above. Calculate your deposit amount interest based on your CB. So I guess I'm gonna go with 1 for this time. For how many years you want to invest your money? So I want to invest my money for 30 years, and your current balance in timing years will be 0. And the reason why it's going to be 0, because remember that the formula A equals P multiplied by E raised to the power of R and T. So in this case, our initial deposit is 0. So no matter what, like you will multiply 0 with E with exponent 2.7 something, and it's going to be 0 anyway. So yeah, just gonna exit this and clear. Right, here we go. So yeah, I think we are done with testing all these 6 different functionalities. And next video we're going to test what if the PIN that you entered is not consisted of 6 digits, or what if you entered wrong username or wrong PIN. So we'll see how it goes, and I'll see you in the next video, guys. What's up, guys? Welcome back to the course. In this video we're going to be conducting testing for like more minor stuff. So we're just going to make sure that what will happen if we enter PIN that is not consisted of 6 digits, and also what if we enter like the wrong username or wrong PIN. So let's try it out. Let's run it, run without debugging, and yes, here we go. So I'm gonna go with 1 Chris, and please create your 6-digit PIN. So this time I'm going to intentionally only type in like 3-digit pins, 356, that's it. Alright, so the pin has to be in 6 digits. Okay, so it seems the system is working here. So the system rejects our applications and asking us to, hey, you need to create your pin again, because your pin has to be consisted of 6 digits. Please create your 6-digit pins, 2 3 5 6 7 0. Thanks for creating your bank account. Okay, so now it's been successful because our new PIN now is consisted of 6 digits. Alright, so right, cool. Let's log in. Please enter your PIN. 2 3 5 6 7 0. Here we go. Alright, awesome. Okay, so it means that if you enter a PIN and your PIN is not consisted of 6 digits, then the system is going to reject your applications, and it's going to ask you to re-enter your new PIN, and it has to be consisted of 6 digits, right? Okay, cool. So now let's rerun it again here, run without debugging, and all right, so here we go. And now we're going to check and see if the PIN, either like the PIN or username, is incorrect. So let's type in the username here, Chris, and the digit PIN is gonna be 1 2 3 567, right? They still want to conduct transaction, yes. Username, gonna intentionally enter incorrect pin, so 1235669, right? So either of your username or pin is wrong. Did you create your account? Yeah, I did, so I'm gonna go with 1. Do you want to attempt to log in again, or you want to forget pin? Okay, so the reason why I'm doing this, I'm going to make sure if the forget pin function works the way it's supposed to be, right? So um, let's enter 2. Please create your new 6-digit pins. It's not 123 321. All right, so the new pin has been stored. Please log in. All right, so that's cool. It means that this function, the forget pin function, works the way it's supposed to be. All right, guys. I'll see you in the next one. Next one, we're going to talk about the summary and conclusions, sum up all things that we have learned in this course, and um, what you should be doing next as your um, continuations of your learning phase. So I'll see you there. What's up, guys? So this is a very quick video about GitHub tutorial. So just in case if you haven't created your GitHub account yet, so this is the tutorial for you. But if you already have your GitHub account, please skip this video, or do not need to watch this video. So first of all you need to do is just click on sign up. So if you haven't created your account yet, if you don't have account yet, and here we go. Sorry, my internet connection doesn't seem to be very stable here. That's why it took a while. So just enter your email, right? For example, like this, enter your email and then continue, create your password, stuff like that. Again, I'm not going to create one because I already have one. So just gonna, show you an example how to do it, and then continue. And obviously GitHub is going to send you a confirmation email to the email that you use for this registration process, and then all you need to do is just to verify your email, and then that's it, right? Just log in using your new account here. All right, so that's what you need to do. But me personally, I already have it here, so I'm just gonna sign in. Right, so here is the dashboard of GitHub. Okay, guys, if you want to see like your code collections, so just go to profile like this. Me personally, I have like 5 different repositories. The first one here is Java, second one here is Python, third one is OR. So just in case you're not familiar with OR is programming language for statistics and data analysis. In Jupyter Notebook, it's basically Python, right? But I wrote this in Colab, which was a browser-based IDE, and JavaScript right here. So if you're asking me how to add repositories, right? So all you need to do is just go here, click on repositories, and then add new. All right, so add new like this. Then you're going to need to name your repository, and then choose also write description. It's optional. If you don't want to, you don't have to. And also here you choose either you want your code to be seen by other people, so go with public. But if you want to keep your code private for some reasons, maybe due to its confidentiality, then just go with private. And yeah, and create your repositories, right? So that's how you create repository. And once you have created your repository, you just click on it, right? For example, me, just click on my repository, and then you want to add file, you want to upload your project, just click on add files, and then upload file like this, right? And then you can either drag it to here from your folder, or maybe you can click on this just file, and then yeah, just upload your project there, right? So yeah, that's it, I guess. That's all you need to know about GitHub tutorial. Please let me know if you have any questions related to GitHub. I'm gonna try my best to help you. All right, so just let me know. What's up, guys? Welcome back to the course. Finally, we are getting to the end of the course. Actually, this is going to be the last video in this course. So let's talk about the conclusion summary. Let's sum up all things that you've learned in this course and what you should be doing next. All right, so here are a few suggestions that I have for you guys. The first one, You need to test every few lines of code. um, do not wait till the end. And reason why, because if you just keep coding and coding until the end of the project, and then you run it and you see lots of errors, lots of people, especially beginners, gonna get very disappointed and gonna get really confused and upset seeing that. So it's better to just like write few lines of code, maybe like 6 lines, 7 lines of code, just write like one functions and then test it out, right? So obviously you will see lots of errors again, but if you like run it like every few lines of code, then you kind of like minimize um the amount of errors, because when you run it, you see it, you catch and you fix it, right? So instead of waiting till the end of the project and then you will see like hundreds of errors and you're gonna get like really confused on what you should do. So yeah, that's my first suggestion. The second one, always be consistent with your variable and function names, right? I totally get it. Some people like to name his functions or his variables using a kind of weird name. And actually it's totally fine, like it's completely okay doing so, as long as you're consistent. So if you use that name above, and just make sure that the name is easy to remember so you don't forget and kind of like mess up in the other part of your code, right? And also make sure that it's going to be better if you use the names that's easy to be understood by other people, especially if you need to share your code with your counterpart, your colleagues. It's good to make sure your flow, your variable naming, your function naming easy to understand. So yeah, that's my second recommendations, second takeaway that you might want to consider. Then my third one here. So you need to conduct testing with multiple different scenarios to make sure the app works well, right? So exactly the same thing like what we did previously in the previous video. Create like multiple different scenarios. For example, in our applications, I test what if the pin is not consistent of 6 digit. All right, so the system, if our function works as it's supposed to be, then it should reject our applications, and that was the case, right? And also if we enter like the wrong password, the wrong pin, the wrong username, what happened, right? If the code works well, if the function works the way it's supposed to be, then we will not be able to log in, right? And that was also the case. So make sure you kind of like test different scenarios and try to make sense, like, okay, so here is the code, the objective of the code, or the output that you're expecting to have is, let's say, this. For instance, if you remember when we did our testing in the first testing video, um, I withdraw money, right? But again, I haven't deposited money yet, so my current balance was 0. So when I deposit when I try to withdraw, let's say, $300 from my bank account, and then the transaction was rejected, right? It wasn't successful. Reason why? Because the current balance, it was 0, and I want to withdraw $300. It means that the amount of money that I want to withdraw is more than the amount of money that I have left on my bank account, which is my current balance, and that's why the transaction was rejected. And it means the code works well, right? The code works the way it's supposed to be, right? So yeah, remember that you have like multiple different scenarios that you should be testing on your code to make sure that your code works well. And let's move on to the fourth one here. So before performing mathematical operations, always make sure to convert data type to integer or float, since you will see error if the data is still in string. Yeah, I guess this is one of the most important parts. So let me go to the code here. Just give you an example, right? So yeah, for example, like this, guys. If you see this function deposit interest, it takes like 3 different parameters, p, r, and t, and we have no idea, right, what data type of these parameters pass by to this function. So just to be safe, right, just to be safe, we need to convert p to the float, or to the float, t to the float. So just in case if other people's out there pass by these parameters, but these are still in string, right? If these are still in string, then we won't be able to perform any mathematical operations. So it's very important to make sure that in order to avoid errors, you need to make sure that you convert these to float, either float or integer, right? But again, since this calculation is very complex, where you will involve exponents, and exponent itself is like 2.71, and obviously you're going to be dealing with decimals, right? You're going to be dealing with float data type. So yeah, convert this to float first before conducting the mathematical operations here, just to make sure that everything goes well. So let's go back to the slide and talk the other point here. And the last one here, make sure your project looks good before uploading it to GitHub, right? So don't worry, I'll guide you step by step on how to upload your project on GitHub. So um, here's the thing, guys. When you upload your project to GitHub, right? It's going to be very important because not only that it will add like more positive contributions to your future job applications, but it will also um, it's also going to be the product that will be seen by your future employers or your future clients if you're a freelancer, to kind of like measure your quality, to measure kind of like types of work or quality of work that they can be expecting from you. So you need to make sure your code, your project should be in the best shape possible before uploading it on GitHub, right? You don't want upload a, let's say, a messy project with unstructured, unorganized codes on GitHub. It will be, you know, it will not look good in front of your employees. So make sure that these are projects that you're sure going to add valuable contributions to your job applications before uploading it to GitHub. All right, don't worry, I'm gonna add one more video about how to sign up on GitHub, create your account on GitHub for free, and also add repository and upload your project there. So yep, let's move on here. And finally, this is the last slide, guys. Thank you so much for taking the course. Wish you all the best in whatever you do, folks. I'm really glad finally you're you're here. Massive congratulations for you for completing this course. Massive congratulations for you for getting this far. I'm so proud of you, and you should be proud of yourself too. And again, building this basic, simple online banking application is just the beginning, right? Just like the very beginning of your journey. You still have lots of things and lots of challenge to be conquered in the future, right? So use these fundamentals, use these skills and knowledge, and take them to another level, right? Um, there are limitless opportunities you can do by having this expertise. Python is one of the most used programming languages in the world, besides JavaScript, I guess. So yeah, you can do lots of things. Data science, web development. I guess you need to spend some time to learn Django. That's the library for web development. You can also do um, selling API, right? API, web testing. There are lots of things you can do with Python. So make sure that whichever path that you're choosing, whichever job that you're interested in, maybe you're interested in data analytics related job or software engineering job, stuff like that. Make sure you have solid basics and solid fundamentals, and always remember that learning by doing is the most effective strategy to learn. So lots of people unfortunately don't realize that. Lots of people keep opening up your textbook, learning syntax and logics, but again, there's nothing wrong with that. Honestly, I mean, especially if you're still beginners, there's nothing wrong with opening up your textbook and stuff. But again, you'll not get that far if that's the only thing that you're doing, right? So make sure that you get your hands dirty. You get your hands dirty, and also build projects. It doesn't need to be perfect, guys. It doesn't need to be like a very big and complex project. No, just a simple project like this definitely going to improve your skills. right? You learn by doing. Lots of mistakes that you made along the way, you learn from those mistakes, right? So yeah, make sure that you always try to build project at very least maybe like twice a month, 3 times a month, depending on your timeline. Again, um, make sure you understand the logics behind the code. That's the most important thing, right? um, in order to code well, you need to understand like what's the reasoning behind writing this line of code, right? What's the output that you're expecting to get if you write this line of code, right? So this is very important, right? So that's the strategy that I used to learn how to code first time a couple of years ago. When I write a line of code, I imagine like what's going to be the output of this line of code. So that's what I'm trying to that's what I've always been trying to do, right? Kind of like imagining the output of the code that I wrote, stuff like that. So yeah, guys, thank you so much once again for taking this course. I'm really grateful, and if you don't mind, please rating and review, so I can grow as a Udemy instructor, and your review is going to be greatly appreciated, and also I'm eager to be better every day, so I'm trying to increase the quality of my course. And I really apologize once again if I made any mistake along the way, and I hope I'm going to see you in the next course. Bye.